I love this video. This is one of my favorite drone videos that I've done. I did this about 18 months ago now, in July at Keechee Gorge in Vermont, and this is just my favorite like drone video. Like, it came out so well, and I didn't have a gimbal yet, so you can see it's kind of shaky or whatever else like that, but I still like am really happy with it, and it just ends up being a really great shot. So yeah, so we'll hang out, we'll have some adventures, we'll play some video games, we'll drink some beer. I just realized actually I've got beer but no bottle opener. So my last birthday, I think I did $2 shots, you know, or slugs of alcohol. So the more money I get, the more drunk I'll get. That's what we did last year. It seemed to work out well. I had a big fun time on my birthday. So any super chat, or if you prefer Streamlabs, there's a link for that too. You know, you can send me some money and I'll drink for you. But I'm gonna have to, as soon as someone does that, I'll have to go find a bottle opener because I don't have one here. Hello, Game Dojo. So at the moment, what we have is the Ricky Visa. Well, thank you very much. Hey, son, have a good night. Thank you, thank you. I look like a monkey, and I act like one too. I'm gonna harass me periodically. I take harassment. That's a cool thing. Yeah, so we got the Ricky Visa, the mixed fermentation sour ale with raspberries and lime. And we've also got the Roxbury Artifact Cider Project, and a whole bunch more things down in the basement, downstairs in the fridge. So we got all the beer we need, thanks to the lovely Mrs. CPG, who provides for me as always. But yeah, so that was it. That's Keechee Gorge in Vermont. One of my favorite videos. And so yeah, we're gonna start off the night with 3D World Runner. For those of you who have not seen any 3D World Runner on this stream yet, well, you just haven't been around long enough. 3D World Runner is one of the things that I have been a regular player of for a while now. It was recommended, of course, by Soybomb, the Retro King, and it's just a NES game that's, you know, in 3D. I guess there's actually a mode that you could, like, wear 3D glasses, and it did red-blue or red-green, you know, 3D-ness. But, yeah, the problem is that every time I play this game, I play it, like, when I'm super drunk, and so I'm really terrible at it, and Soy has been making fun of me for being unable to do well on it for a very long time. So tonight, we're gonna do it the opposite way. Before we get drunk, we're gonna actually, like, you know, play some 3D World Runner and do well at it. Hello! Born Depressed, good to see you. Hello, Andrea. Thank you very much for the happy birthdays. I turn 33 tomorrow, so we're gonna hang out and we'll sing happy birthday at midnight, whoever's here and willing to get on Discord and able to get on Discord, we will sing happy birthday. But yeah, drones are super awesome. I love them. By the way, hello, Born Depressed. Thank you very much. And yes, we will all vanish one day, but that's how it goes. Shields, thank you very much. Thank you, thank you. But yeah, so last year I did my birthday stream, and it was so much fun to have everybody here, wishing happy birthday, hanging out, and I got super drunk. I popped my head in on Shandabear. She's like, I remember being at your last birthday stream last year. You were so drunk. I think that's one of the first times she actually saw me, so, you know, that sticks out in her memory, as I'm that drunk guy, of course. So, hello, Flame Gremlin, long time no see. I was talking about you just earlier today in Discord. I was like, that Flame Gremlin, she's always keeping things on the ball. But then I wondered to myself, like, does the Art Sherpa know about Nightbot? Nightbot can just say things on a timer or have commands. You just type Facebook and it does things. John, how's it going? Good to see you. All right, so here's the problem. I'm gonna finish this level and then I'm gonna go get a bottle opener. I'll put up another drone video for you guys to watch while I do that, because I said $2 tip. Super chats gets you a drink, so we're gonna start that off right, but we're gonna start it off right after I go get a bottle opener so I can open these. And so yeah, thank you very much, John, for stopping by. John let you out of the box. There you go. Jeremy Collins, good to see you. Your birthday stream didn't go so well. A naked birthday party in Rust. I don't know if I like the idea of naked birthday parties. That seems like a dangerous proposition to me, but then again, I'm the kind of guy who just takes off his shirt halfway through a stream, so what do I know? Yeah, so I've got all the art people here. See, this is different from last year. I made my list of people who were in my stream last year, and there were 153 people, including Nightbot, who came to my stream last year, and it was lovely, but then I was thinking, like, oh, but some of these people are gone. I don't talk to, you know, Element Box anymore, all these other people, and then I was like, but there's all these other people I do talk to, you know, so I've got John and Flame and Deliberately Creative and Chrissy Marie, and all these people from the art community. I've got folks who are here. There you go, Sexy Without a Shirt. I mean, even Van Helsing. I think we knew each other maybe, but I don't. You know, we're much closer now. He's part of my crew, so. But yeah, so John works with the art Sherpa Cinnamon Cooney, who is an artist who does a lot of painting tutorials and live painting tutorials on YouTube, and I just love that. I love the fact that people go out there and they do live stuff that's different. You know, it happens on Twitch too. I know there's the Twitch creative category, and some of those people get tons of viewers as well. I love the idea of people who are doing live creative content. You know, being able to integrate the question and answers from the audience and community, being able to tie everything together. Ah, god damn it. So yeah, Mullet Crew, Chris JC8 rolling on in. God damn. Okay, so I'm gonna put on another drone video. I'm gonna go and fetch a drink opener machine because my bottle opener is not here. So you can watch Cambridge Carnival. So I will be right back in less than 2 minutes, hopefully. I'm sorry, Blue. Thank you very much for stopping in. Good to see you. And yeah. Hello, all my pals. Kim Mayberry. Good to see all of you. Man, like so many people. So lovely. Oh, people like me. They really like me. Long time no see. Sonny Evans, how's it going? I listened to you put up a podcast on your Patreon thing. I was listening to it, and then I got bored, and I wandered off, because that's what I do. But yeah, so John, you get to pick beer or cider. You get to pick which one we're going to do first, since you threw that money in, and I will give you until the end of the drone video to say. So yeah, so this is the Cambridge Carnival Festival near my house. And this is probably a flight that I probably wouldn't do again in the same way that I did. I would fly more off to the sides, but so my house is right next to where we are there. And of course, all these people, this is downtown Cambridge that they go through, and it's just, it's a fun party. So you got the big guys on stilts. Of course, a lot of people were like, oh, fly the drone right over us. Well, so flying illegally is a matter of debate, right? So flying directly over people is one of those things where you have to fly within the safety guidelines of a community-oriented, you know, set of standards or whatever else like that. 2 a.m. stream time, woohoo! I'm glad your download finally finished. They were not just super tall. It's not the case. All right, we're gonna open up the Raspberry Lime Ricky. So then again, this is a Ricky Weisse mixed fermentation sour ale aged with raspberries and limes. You know, as I said, super chats or $2 stream tips, Streamlabs gets me more drunk tonight. Because that seemed to work last time. To encourage people to encourage me to drink. So we're gonna go back to that because I like the way that I make money and get drunk at the same time. It's the best kind of doing things. But yes, thank you very much, Blucifer, and everybody else for stopping in, saying hi, and hanging out. I will switch back to this thing where you can see me in all my glory, and I'm drinking a very pink drink. So there we go. We got the Ricky Weisse here, and I love seeing all of you. And that is tasty. Now, back to 3D World Runner, which we did not do well enough at to wander away from yet. Oh, and another one, Devin Rosa, MWB. Woo! Man, that's a tasty beer. All right, so let's play the game. Yeah, I mean, beer is a relative term in the case of sour ales, I guess, is the case. So, you know, we do have that. But we'll take something. God damn it. Yeah, no problem. So the drone footage is actually on my other channel. It's on CR Schmidt, Christopher Schmidt on YouTube. You can, of course, if you know me from Twitter, you may recognize that name. And of course, you can just search for Hawk vs. Drone, which will always get you to me and on YouTube in that sense. So thank you very much, John and MWB, for the donations, the money, the love. Oh, happy birthday to me. So yes, I'm turning 33 years old tomorrow. Last year, we celebrated me leaving the prime of my life as I went from 31 to 32, or 2 to the 5th, as I think of it, because I'm a giant dork. It is actually kind of weird that I just think of, like that particular number is just a number that is always 2 to the 5th to me. I don't know what these stars do, but I feel like they're good things, so I'm gonna pick them up. They give me points, maybe? Let's play this game again when you're drunk. Alright, so we'll see how I do. Let's see if we can at least make it to like level 2 while sober. I did it before I started streaming, but of course I have oftentimes found that I am much better at playing when I am not streaming than I am when I am streaming, and this is something I should just be used to by now, but I still have never gotten used to it. Alright, now I'm fiery. I don't think being more fiery helps me. The mushrooms don't help me. Are these all the same? Yes, they are. Flame Gremlin throwing out the cakes. Look at that. But yes, I did actually have a friend of mine, John, who tuned into your stream this afternoon and said, there's no super chat option. I said, well, not everybody is like a self-aggrandizing, self-promoting, you know, jerk like us gaming streamers. So, oh no! Oh no! All right. Well, as soon as I get to this end boss here, I'm gonna do a nice long drink for Leif. Leif, of course, choosing the $5 super chat option, which gets the little ticker at the top of the screen, so you can see that he's there for even longer. Because you know, the more money you spend on super chat, the more self-advertising you get. So, thank you very much, Leif, for hanging out. Leif is, of course, another person who I don't think made it to my last birthday stream. And I'm happy to have him in my community. You know, one of the people who hangs out on Discord all the time, talks about politics with me or technology, a game developer who's able to talk to me about some of the things that I'm interested in and what game development means for people these days. Something that I really found surprising at PAX East is learning that apparently the way that people decide how much things should cost in video games now is just to throw it at a... throw it at a machine learning algorithm, which I found interesting. So you run an A/B experiment where you do slightly different prices and you figure out, you know, which one is going to get you more money, whether you get player complaints or other things like that. All right. Yeah, so, you're not ready for Super Chat yet? I think you're totally ready for Super Chat. I think everybody's ready for Super Chat. I think that, you know, you don't have to be ready. You just have to get down in and do it. But I also realized you were gonna do it at one point, and then you were like, yeah, Lisa's out. We're not gonna do it when Lisa's out. And I think that's a perfectly reasonable approach. I mean, the reality is that your community overall is just so much more positive than the people who show up here sometimes that I can't even compare it. I am amazed that you just have 400 people and they're just like constantly engaged with the art content, with, you know, the community, with each other. It's just awesome. So yeah, so that was one drink for Leif and another. Chidori, good to see you. Look at all these people helping to kill the gremlin. Look at that huge goblin we're killing. All right, so we got to 2-1. I think I'm gonna call that quits on this game for now, and we're actually gonna go to another one that, of course, Super Mario World. So one of the things that I did last year, and I kind of liked that idea. Cheers! Max's channel! Good to see you! John, see now, oh, this is
really only useful
okay, so I just have to drink all this.
Amiibo spending contest with the other people in chat to induce spending more money.
All right, that wasn't quite all of it, but we'll do that for now. We'll do some more in another level. So, of course, Super Mario Brothers is one of the first games that I started playing when I was a kid. The Super Mario Brothers and Dino Ricky. So we actually played some Dino Ricky last time. We actually did all of the games of my childhood. So I had the little waterfall ring toss that I did, as well as some other stuff. And so we're gonna do some of the same this year. I don't have the waterfall ring toss, they broke. I do actually have a picture of the original waterfall ring toss that I played with at my grandmother's house, so we'll pull that out after this game. But of course, Super Mario Bros. 1 was one of the 2 games that we got when we got our NES, because it came with the NES, and so I feel like this is so slow. I'm like, run faster, Mario! And of course, he doesn't run faster, that's just how fast he runs. But yeah, so we're gonna see if we can beat this game. And, yeah. Well, Chris GC8, the way you get to be in the description is, you were one of the most common chatters in my stream. Hip Hop Birdies, thank you very much. Emily, good to see you. And Will Melbourne. So you got Leo and Will and Emily, all these people who, I always think of all the people that I've lost touch with over the years, right? Like, all the people who I was friends with at any time, right? That I've lost touch with, but I always tend to forget all the people who are new. And so being able to look back and say, like, yeah, you know, there's 153 people who said something in my last birthday stream, and many of those people, you know, 2/3 of them I've lost touch with. A third of them I never talked to more than once in the first place. Yes, you talk too much, and that's what makes you great, Chris GC8. And so I just have this tendency to forget all of the positives, you know? You can concentrate on the negatives, it's so easy to get focused and lost and forget about all of the positives in the communities that we've built. Stingray Gaming, good to see you! And yeah, so it's good to remember, it's good to remind myself that it's not just about, you know, the bad, it's not just about anything else, it's about the good. Because with the good comes the bad comes the good, and I'm gonna live my life like I should. Something like that. It's a song by somebody. Mario, Meg! See, Meg would have been somebody I would have included in my list of people that I would have thought I'd have lost touch with, and here she is, just proving me wrong, showing up in the chat, saying hello. So thank you very much, Meg. This is formerly Meg's Life, and now just Meg. Good to see you, good to see you. And then Lucifer, who poked her head in and then ran away because I happened to be running away to get a bottle opener at the same time, so, no, it's alright. Excuse me. Super Mario. So you guys do see me as on, like, World 4-2 now, right? I mean, you will now, but, like, I'm a little bit worried that people said Mario, like, a minute or two after I started Mario. You're a prover of all things wrong. Well, anyone who can prove me wrong deserves something. I don't know what. Pirates. We're not playing goddamn pirates, Brad. I'm waiting for you to do a pirate stream. Show me the power of pirates, because what I see from pirates is no fun. Alright. Do this and that. One of the things we learned at the CPG versus Attack Mario Brothers speedrun race was that, what do you win? You win my undying hatred, proving me wrong. Foxyzilla throwing in that Canadian dollars. Look at that. And putting the name up at the top of that leaderboard. So Pirates is, Sid Meier's Pirates is a game that Brad is obsessed with. Sour Cheese Man, good to see you. So as I was saying earlier, money gets you drinks, so, with Foxyzilla, I'm gonna have to finish off the rest of this, Raspberry Ricky Vice and pour some more for me. Woo! Meg, I'm totally kidding. No, so proving me wrong is, in this way, you just get my undying love. I love having the community here, and I love realizing that all you people are still around, and it's just the fact that there's just so many great people around that you need to spend your time and attention on that I just can't all be around me. Happy birthday to me. Thank you. Yeah, so I think Pirates as the name, the Sid Meier definitely helps out with the name recognition. I agree. Proto Sam, my favorite Illinoisan streamer. Proto Sam is a big fan of wrestling, also a big fan of Mega Man. I think he has a Mega Man hat or helmet. I think I saw at one point. I know he has a Mario hat, and is another great streamer that I have met and become friends with and know so well. Although I think there was some Twitch in his lifetime at some point, so you know we've got that you know, but we're working through it. It's all right. All right. let's get some, I lost my fireballs here, and so losing my fireballs is kind of a big deal. I'm not very good without fireballs! But I'm good at that, so that's good. Sorry about the shouting there. It's alright. I didn't mean to break anyone's eardrums, but I'm sure I did. Alright, there we go. Nothing to see here, nothing to see. You know, I continue to be a personal devotee of the YTG fam, and I love to see all of you out here like John Peterson, hanging out, being friends, and thank you so much for that. In the middle of Little Tiger, thank you very much for stopping by, poking your head in, and sending me that happy birthday, because we all know that my sense of personal worth is entirely tied to my number of concurrents on my streams. So thank you very much, Lucas Rodriguez. Thank you. That is a joke, but it is more true than maybe it should be. So one of the things I did early on in my streaming career was I learned to stop keeping track of my concurrents. I used to do that. I used to have like number of viewers up or other things like that, in part because I wrote those scripts for other people to use and I wanted to make sure that they worked, but in part just because, you know, you gotta do what you gotta do. And I don't look a day over 20. If I take the hat off, it becomes a little bit more clear with my bald head. Yeah, I understand. You know, this is why people are really confused when I tell them that I have a 16-year-old and a 19-year-old. God damn it, Mario, getting hit. Well, thank you very much, Lucas Rodriguez, for that subscription. For those of you who don't know, I actually wrote the software that runs that little alert. It's a website called livestreamalerts.com, and if you are a streamer, you might want to check it out. Of course, many of you have now been able to use Streamlabs, aka YouTube alerts, quote unquote. But for a long time, there was no such thing as Streamlabs doing YouTube, and that's all there was. I also, of course, supported Super Chat before everybody else, and also support Patreon alerts, although not well, and other things like that. You almost forgot to sub! What can you do? What are you doing, my friend? So yeah, when I take off the hat, and you see my big bald head, and I look like this. I mean, I think that, you know, the hat really takes about 10 years off of it. But, you know, and I got some scruff here. See, I got the peach fuzz going. Makes me look at least 14. But yeah, that's maybe not the, the thing I should be going for here. Nevik Mick, good to see you. I pronounce it Mick even though it's MC. 3 MCs, M1 DJ. You be getting down with no delay. Alright, so I think there's an extra life here, which means that by dying there, I actually did myself a favor and kept me like Old Yeller, because I really want to have the mushroom. I understand. I look young. Oh, I should switch back to the game, huh? You probably want to watch not just my silly young man's face. God damn it. Alright, I got the extra life. That's all that matters. So 16 people attacking that champion elemental. Ooh baby, ooh baby. Oh! What? I was on top of him! Oh, you don't blend in, Mug. This is my day. I just like only face cam. I think I actually did that during my last stream, during my last birthday stream. Is I just like made the stream like half face cam, half game, and I did that for a while. The problem with half face cam, half game is that like my face cam is configured to be like a 4x3-ish setup below the chat, and the game is of course a 4x3-ish setup. And trying to fit 2 4x3 setups into a, god damn it, into a 16:9 frame without like gaps or anything else like that is hard. It's also doubly hard after you've had a ton of alcohol because people are paying a bunch of money for you to drink. So, hello, Lil Tree! Thanks for stopping by! Alrighty. But yeah, so Meg, I don't know. Looking plain, I look plain, I look 12, so what do I know? Good to see you, Cowdizzle, the man, the sizzle. The man, the myth, the legend, the Sizzle, is here to join us tonight as we drink our way to glory, turning 33 years old tomorrow. So I will be no longer a power of 2. So I will be OX21. I will be turning 21 in hexadecimal. And yeah, that's a thing, I guess. Oh, in chat. Okay. All right, this is so tasty. Yeah, cow gets upset if you refer to him in terms that are related to real cows, so be careful with that. Things I've learned. Oh god! The Hammer Brothers. I don't like the Hammer Brothers. Sizzle Ma Nizzle. Okay, yes. Well, so Meg is a short name, right? You don't got the, like, plays games or the Minecraft and more or anything else like that. I mean, you just, like, blend right in. No! Seriously? That was terrible. There we go. Take that, Hammer Brother number 1 and number 2. Boom shakalak. Hello, Missile Died Online. Thank you very much for the missile. Missile Died Online is another streamer who plays on YouTube Gaming. He does Good Morning Azeroth. Good Morning Azeroth is a daily-ish stream where he goes through and explores just a little bit more of Azeroth every day, playing some World of Warcraft. Just yesterday, he was talking about all the things that were revealed in Blizzard's recent live chat about the game. Welcome, Matt G. Welcome, Victoria. Welcome, Raiders. Oh no! I wanted that mushroom. At least I made the jump this time. So I have a feeling that what we're going to do is we're going to fall back into the state where I'm going to be starting this level over, and I'm going to have no lives, or 3 lives, and no mushrooms, and it's gonna suck. I hate this game. I'm so old, nerd. That is correct. It is a world's run speed record run. Yeah. Well, I'm trying for best speed run from somebody who's 1 day before their birthday. So I figure that I might be able to break that speed record. You know, there's like these any % runs and everything else like that. I'm just going for a slightly different category. That's all. I'm going for the category where I'm almost 33 years old. In fact, people who are 32 years old and 355, how many days are there in a year? 364 days old. I don't think that there's conclusive proof that anyone has ever run Mario better than me in that situation. So, you know, you've got that going for you. Got that going for you, which is nice. Alrighty. Let's see if I can remember actually the way through this 8th world maze. Because I really don't. God damn it. I'm pretty sure there's a hidden block there somewhere. Drunk speedrun. I mean, the problem with drunk is that you have to meaningfully measure drunkenness. Like, if I've had a beer, I'm clearly not drunk. I might be a little bit tipsy, but I'm not drunk. I think you will beat it, Mr. Proto Sam. I'm not actually saying that, you know, it can't be beaten, but because no one has recorded that, doesn't mean that, it just means that so far, I'm the winner in this category. There's that block. I was too far over. Part of my charm, that is true. I have always been a giant geek. Oh god. I got fish flying at me everywhere. Happy day of my birth! Thank you very much, SuperFox5 Gaming. Happy to have you here. Alright, let's see what we can do here. Hey, Chase OB! Welcome, welcome. Drunk any % run. So yeah, the problem is that drunk means different things to different people, and even if you have, like, shit people like blood alcohol meters, like, the cheap blood alcohol meters are so, like, unreliable. Speaking as someone who bought one off of Amazon and, like, used it a couple of times, like, it is not a super effective way to measure your drunkenness, and so, yeah. So one of the things I've learned with this Hammer Brother, because I hate Hammer Brothers, is that at some point he just gets pissed off and he's like, I'm coming at you, bro. And so I always just wait for him to do the coming at you, bro move, and then I jump over him. So I waste a little bit of time, but he stops throwing hammers for a little bit there, and I get past him, and that is how I do that pretty much every time now. Now this is a little bit harder. I don't have a good technique for Bowser. Oh! Whoa! Oh! Where the fuck did that come from? Ah! And that was my last life. See, I almost did it without dying. With almost doing it without game overing. And so that was bad. That's true, James Baker. So yeah, the coming at you bro move is one that I have learned to take advantage of. Anyone like Minecraft? I don't like Minecraft. I actually like Minecraft, but I wouldn't want to stream Minecraft. I don't like the Minecraft crowd on YouTube Gaming. But really, I'm not sure I like any gaming crowd. I like this crowd. I like the people who are here right now, tonight, wishing me a happy birthday. That's who I like. And anyone who isn't here and hasn't been here tonight, like, then they're just not, you know, I don't know, there's something. I don't want to, like, I'm not serious about, like, oh god, if you're not here, you're shit. Like, people have lives, like, it's not all about me. But I wish it was, sometimes, so there's that. Anything in there? Nothing. Okay. I like you too. But yeah, I actually got to meet Corey, despite living in the same, like, town as him, practically speaking, for the past, I don't know, 6 months. I got to meet him at the Google office tour that I gave to a bunch of people on Friday of last week, so... Roblox is your favorite game. You are a liar. Your favorite game is Sid Meier's Pirates. Oh, absolutely. And on my birthday, I want it to be about me. Take care. I will still be streaming. I'll be streaming for hours and hours yet. Well, so one of the things about Roblox, right? So it's a sandbox game, which means it has a whole lot of variety, and people love different aspects of it. It's a game that is like can be played in a browser, I think. And so like low requirements. And one of the things that we learned from Agario is that people love games that they can play on just about any computer. So that plays a role in it. And I think the third thing is just that, you know, that once you build up a community, then you've got a whole bunch of people making mods and plugins and everything else like that, and that certainly helps feed the you know, maybe not the hype, but the desire to play it. So with Roblox, you can be playing a first-person shooter, you can be playing a role-playing thing, you can be doing all kinds of different stuff, all in one game environment that's accessible to just about anybody. I would not be surprised, like, I feel like there's a lot of young kids who are really into Roblox, which probably means that there's a COPPA reason in there too. 31 people were helping talk in chat to kill that monster. Holy cow, it's a party up in here. So yeah, Gary's Mod, similar idea. The difference with Gary's Mod though is that it costs money, right? So you have to actually like buy components of the like game engine, like Half-Life 2 engine or something like that in order to play it, whereas Roblox, as far as I know, is free. All right, cheers. Happy birthday, thank you very much, Soybomb! Soybomb, you missed me playing 3D Adventures of 3D World Runner-ishness. I got to World 2 on my second attempt, so we're gonna see how bad I am at the game drunk versus sober. So I got the sober control group down. It turns out I'm not very good at it sober either, but a little bit better than I am otherwise. Soybomb is a member of the Retro Squad in the Retro Squad game that I made in Defold, which you can read and understand a little bit more about between Twitter and my previous video, which was, or one of my previous videos, which is a tutorial on how Defold works. But yeah, so he was the one whose poutine you had to rescue, because of course Soybomb is Canadian, and when I asked him like which Canadian icon, like symbol, do you identify with the most, poutine was what he picked. So, I made it through to the end castle with this. That's good. Good. Matt Lee, $2 tips. Either via Super Chat, clicking the $ below, or by clicking the Streamlabs link if you want to pay with PayPal, or how you get me to drink more. Drink faster. So every $2 someone throws at me, I'm gonna drink just a little bit more beer. I'm currently drinking a raspberry lime Ricky beer, a sour ale, which I am loving. And yeah, we'll go on to some cider after that. That's great, Deliberately Creative. I am so happy. Oh, by the way, for all the art people, which includes Deliberately Creative, NWB Arts, and of course John, and Flame, and everybody if they're still around. One of the people who won the VidCon sponsorship is an artist who I'm pretty sure found the competition sponsorship via the Art Sherpa. So there will be someone at VidCon who would not have otherwise been there because I'm buying her creator pass, and she does like drawing and line art. Nitini Draws. I'm gonna do a whole video detailing all of the people who've won sometime soon. I've not gotten to it yet, but I am going to do it still. And how am I going to get past these guys? So Nitini Draws and a couple others are the people who won, and I will do a video kind of showcasing each of their channels. I actually ended up getting 3 as a result of a generous donation. Nitini, N, not with a B. Or unless her name is Brittany and that's how you spell it. I don't know. Just give you a shoelace and I'm happy. Alright. So I just gotta get past this Hammer Bro. And if I can get past this Hammer Bro with my mushroom, then I'll be in good shape because I'll just be able to invincibility frame my way through Bowser. So let's see if we can pull that off. Boom shakalaka. Alright, Bowser, screw you. Boom shakalaka. Alright, so that wasn't too bad. I had to do 1 continue, but I didn't just die repeatedly over and over again. Anyway, Matt Lee, thank you very much for stopping by. It's great to see you. Drove a 3-cylinder Geo Metro. Pretty much, aren't all Geo Metros super slow? I don't know. That's what my feeling is. I'm not going to present you with a new quest, or, I mean, you will present me with a new quest, but I'm not going to play it. Yeah. Whoop doo 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 doo. What is this? I can't spell. Yeah. Well, you can with modern retro games like Shovel Knight. So actually taking intentional damage to, you know, boost yourself up or other things like that is actually a pretty common practice in a lot of games. Yeah, that's not... Is that my password? Oh, my password. I hate when I don't know my password. What should we play? Anybody got any ideas what we should play? I don't want to play something too long. I want to play some quick. Oh, of course, we have to play one of my favorite games that everyone else hates, and we won't play it for long, but we're gonna play it anyway. This is going to be Excitebike. So Excitebike was one of the 4 games in the programmable series of the NES. So the NES originally had games like that were, oh wait, I wanted to reset soft. We'll do this. There we go. But yeah, so as one of the few games that was actually, like, had editable levels on the NES, this was part of the programmable series. And so Nintendo had a whole classification system for some of their core games that classified things as sports or arcade or other things like that. And there were 4 different games that were included in the programmable series, and this was one of them because you can actually make your own tracks. Now you can't, because the Famicom disk system never came to the US, you can't actually save the track. But you do have it. Why is the temp in the music slower? I don't know what you mean. You feel like the game is running slower? Oh, so I'm playing a PAL version, probably? Yes. I am playing a PAL version. So I was looking through my list of ROMs and it didn't look like there was a US version. Oh, that's because the US and the Japanese versions are combined. So that's what JU means. So yeah, so I guess the PAL version of this, because it ran at 50 FPS, they didn't really do any adjustments for that. So the music is slower and the beeps are slower and everything else like that. Mark Mullins, thank you very much for that. The Hatchback Geo Metro was also a partnership. I feel like I saw another face. Mash Stars, good to see you. Oh God. Oh God. We got everything going on. NTSC versions for life. No shit, huh? So yeah, PAL is 50 FPS according to the little like FPS meter at the bottom of this. I love that I overheated like at the finish line because I'm a dumbass. All right, so screw that. Look, we're going back to Excitebike, and we will do this instead. Does this seem like more like your speed? Well, so one of the things about Excitebike is, there we go. Yeah, this feels more, no, Rad Racer did not have guns. Rad Racer was very similar to, from a graphical perspective, very similar to, like Road Rash. So it's like, but without the hills and without weapons. So this is not at 50 FPS, that's correct. And this is the Japanese US version. But the game runs at 50 FPS, and I guess they didn't really adjust for that at all. So the music is slower, and the overheat noise was slower, and all of the things were slow. In fact, the entire game just felt like it was slowed down a little bit. Wow, I'm just shitting it up. I am shitting it up. So thank you very much, Mass Stars, for hanging out, stopping by, and thank you for the happy birthday wishes. But yeah, so, I mean, things can be 50 FPS and still be adjusted for that. It just seems like in the case of Excitebike, they never did any adjustments for the fact that the, you know, frequency over there was a little bit different. Just a little bit. Oh. Alright, 110. Not bad. Oh man, dropping booze on my legs. We can pull out some Rad Racer after this, though. I'm down with that. So the biggest thing about Rad Racer is that, like Excitebike, it has no... The music is pretty tinny, and the sounds are super annoying. So it's a good, like, 5-10 minute game, but playing it for a couple other... You saw that, huh? I wasn't sure if that was gonna make it onto camera. I thought I might get away with it, but I did not. Yeah, Chuck Berry's dead. Hello, Restart Reese. Welcome. Thank you very much for the happy birthday wishes. Tomorrow I will be 33 years old. 33 is, of course, the product of 2 primes. So while I will no longer be in the prime of my life like I was when I was 31, nor will I be a nice, easy power of 2 as I was this year. I will be, you know, up to my old shenanigans. Oni Sorashusha, another member of the CPG clan since my birthday last year. Happy to see you back, my friend, and so on. Matus, too many children around. Oh, well, you know, I appreciate the intent, and I'm sure that you will make it up to me some other time, Matus. Excitebike again on my birthday, Matus, always, because on my birthday, I play the games I want to play, not the games you want to play. We are going to kill this a champion dragon. I didn't even know there were champion dragons, but we're going to totally wreck it. Kat just sent me $20 with PayPal. Like, just sent me? No, it was like 2 minutes ago. Why did it not go anywhere? How did you... Did that... I'm confused. Is this like... Did I not set up my Streamlabs alerts properly? Hold on. I have to check something. You're gonna have to wait. Just be patient. I know that you're all sitting here going like, why are you yelling at us? We weren't like... It's been like 2 seconds. We didn't even notice anything was wrong. Yeah, so what the... Oh, that's Super Chat. Yeah, why did not... Hello? Hello? Live stream alerts, where are you? What are you doing? Snapclick Cat in the chat. Thank you very much. I don't know what's going on here. Hold on. Let me see if it even showed up in here. Did this show up? Okay, well, I guess something's wrong. Streamlabs. Supposed to be working. Why are you not working? Love me! Love me! Okay, well, hold on. Let me just do the thing. Where's the... How do I... Alert box. I'm gonna click this. I'm gonna add the default alert box. I'm gonna add things. I'm adding things, and I don't like it, because that was what live stream alerts are supposed to be for, is to avoid this problem, and here I am, fucking it up. Alright, go away. And now... Can I, like, resend an alert? Dashboard. Is there like a redo? Repeat. There we go. Snapclick Cat donated $20. Thank you very much, Snapclick Cat. Okay. Oh, okay. What did I sound so sad? What? Huh? Oh, yeah, we leave. No, this isn't a Streamlabs problem. This is a live stream alerts problem, and I am disappointed in them for that. I have to adjust my alert box, though, to remove subscribers, because we don't need double subscriber alerts. Hold on. Hold on. I got all these things, and nothing's working. I don't want subscribers. I don't want sponsors. I don't want super chats. I just want donations. Because apparently the software that I run doesn't fucking work. Thank you very much, SnapClickCat. I love you all. Yeah, those fucking live stream alerts devs, they need to fucking, like, get with the fucking program. I'm disappointed. I don't know what the fuck the shit show they're running over there is, but goddamn. Live stream alerts is, of course, the website that I was talking about myself that I run earlier today. So, you know, at least you all know that it's all my fault. Kang Gaming! See? I had Kang on my list of people who would never return. But here he is, right here tonight, wishing me a happy birthday, despite the fact that he's, you know, so much bigger and more popular than I will ever be. Here he is, gracing us with his presence. I feel like I sound like I'm being a dick, and I'm actually not trying to be. Kang, I am super proud of what you've been able to pull off with YouTube success in the last year, and I hope that you continue to see success on YouTube and so on, because I think it's awesome to be here, and I hope you do too. Core Dream Studios, good to see you, my friend. Are you in the wrong place? You're not in the wrong place, but I just, like, I'm a nobody, and so I have all these people who are somebodies, and I'm like, oh, look, they like me, they really like me. I always sound kind of dickish. I'm not mad at him for being late. I am impressed that I still warrant. Oh wow, I almost came in last there. Hey, I can be self-pity if I want to be. Oh my goodness. Okay, wait, hold on. I don't know what a DKK is. I have to check how excited I need to hear at this. Hold on. Okay, that's 15 US dollars.
Enough to get me to 3 a.m., but no way anything is going to carry me to 4 a.m. Good night from me and good luck getting drunk on United States beer.
Thank you very much. I mean, to be fair, this is whatever. This is 5.7%. So far, I'm about 18 ounces in, which is like almost a half a liter. So I got the music in me. Yeah, no, I'm sorry. I sounded dickish, and I don't mean to be dickish. Kang, I am happy to have known you since the early days of YouTube gaming. I feel, you know, pleasantly surprised to see you here because I just never think that I'm worth anything. I realize that that's silly because I have all these people here, and you're also kind to me, and you're also nice to me, and you take care of me, and you do nice things for me, but I feel lonely and sad sometimes, so I like to celebrate my birthday in style with all of you lovely people. Alright, now I'm not doing it, now I'm just being silly. Bring in the won. Well, you can do, like, Japanese yen, right, Brad? I don't think we support won because, like, it feels like supporting China as a, like, country and a currency probably goes beyond the things you can do on the VPN. Yes, I looked it up. I double-checked. I mean, if I was smart, I would be able to know because that yellow color is the $10 color, and I think $20 gets you more, so I knew it was between like $10 and $20-ish. You're getting so much work done. Good thing, Eric. I'm glad I could do that. I mean, really, if you're here, you've already subscribed for me for the most part. Like, these people, like, you come to my birthday party because you're my friends. But yeah, I remember at one point Brad gave me like a 500 won or 500 yen tip, and I misread it and didn't realize it was in yen, and I was like, this is a lot of money. Take care, SuperFox5. Thanks a lot, and have a lovely night. Good to see you. Good to see you. Oh no! Okay, there we go. Yes, exactly. You get a 200 yen donation. You're like, oh my god, it's 200 like X, and you're like, oh. That's not great. All right, let's pull up some Rad Racer. By the way, we can play if people want to watch something else. Like, throw it out there. Like, I'm not picky. You know, it's my birthday, and I'm gonna say no to things, but I will also say yes to things. So, oh, Emily, you are way in the past. All right, should we drive the F1 or the twin turbo? Oh, wait, my select button is stuck. Oh, God. Oh. $20 from Stat. I love you too, my friend. I love you too. Yeah, so Stat got me super drunk on a couple occasions, and I'm super happy for that. You need to leave for the airport. So why did that work? You fucker. Like, live stream alerts did not like SnapClickCat's donation, but it has no problem with Stats. So I guess there's that. All right. I guess I'm going to be in the F1 car. Hashtag Stat. You get the double donation alert. I mean, Core Dream Studios, do not worry about it. Like, I do the money thing not because I need it, but because I just do. So, you know, just tap the live button, and you'll go to live. So, Stat, thank you very much for donating. You get the double donation alert, you get live stream alerts, and you get Streamlabs tossing it up there, because apparently my software can't work reliably enough, and so there you go. It just works for me right now, but it didn't work for me earlier. No one had mentioned to me that it wasn't working. I thought Game Dojo uses it. I thought it was working, so I like money. It's true. I don't know, Emily. I just said you are in the present, so you can take that into account. I guess I ran out of time. That did not go so well. I do like money. More so than I like money, I like the impression that people care about me. And I know that's silly. Blades of Steel. We can do some Blades of Steel. I'm down with that. All right, so B is break and A is go. Let's do that. So yeah, I'll check it out. One thing to check is if you go to your livestreamalerts.com homepage and check at the bottom of the website, it will sometimes tell you if your account is like busted. So if Streamlabs API breaks for a while for your account, it will like go into a state where it's busted. Mash stars, look at that. Look, they're right on top of each other. That's how quick I am. And look, my voice is gonna say something because I don't have voice alerts configured on Streamlabs. Okay, so I don't know what the fuck I did, but clearly adding it a second time worked. So that's good to know, I guess. I did test this shit at some point. I don't know. Ice Hockey for the NES is not a great game. The problem that I have with Blades of Steel... Okay, so what the fuck? I can't... Oh, right. So the nice thing about this is that you can get to the checkpoint even after you run out of time. I forgot about that. Mash Stars, thank you very much. I've got a whole lot of drinking to do. So between Stats 20 and Mash Stars 20... I think I need to drink like my entire bottle of cider, so I am balding already. I mean, I am lucky with how lack of balding I am. My dad was balding at his wedding when he was 20 years old, so I consider the amount of hair on my head to be excellent. Blades of Steel. Yeah, so the problem is I know that you could fight in that game, but I never managed to get into fights when I was trying to. Yeah, let me try out. We'll finish maybe a little bit more of this game, and then we'll go with that. So, wire through hockey and waiting for the NES. So I'm curious, like, if you had access to the holodeck, what's the first non-porn thing you would do? Like, what would be the first program you would try and be, you know, interested in? Oh no, you can't donate in yen anymore? I don't even know what to say. Okay, I didn't even make it anywhere close, so. All right, we're gonna go on to Blades of Steel. So Blades of Steel, actually, I remember because, or I think of because it, actually has, a sufficient number of PCM samples to do like a reasonable impression of a human voice. So it's going to open with that, I think.
Blades of Steel.
Yeah, so that Blades of Steel is likely a set of 1-bit PCM samples that allows them to imitate that voice. It's super cool. And they have the face off and all these other words, but they don't really get. So, yeah. It's on Twitch, Kang. You gotta get the link. Alright, so we're gonna turn off this Streamlabs thing, and I'm just gonna watch this dashboard so that I can figure out when my software is broken again. A dank magician? That doesn't make sense to me. I don't understand these words. Okay, so this beer is gone. By the way, thank you, Stat. Kang, everybody else for being here. I appreciate it. I appreciate you. I appreciate having those connections to all the people that I've met in the early days, still sticking around. Because I started watching Stat and Kang in the very early days of YouTube gaming. In fact, Stat was on YouTube gaming before there was a YouTube gaming, and you know, it means a lot to me that you're all still around. So thank you all for being here, as well as the people who are more recent. So Foxy, I just met recently. Mash Stars, I know from other places. The beard is here. Yes, I actually wore my Stat shirt to work yesterday. All right, so this beer, well, it's not a beer. It's a Heritage Series cider. The Roxbury Russet is America's first apple, discovered during the mid-17th century in a pocket of land that would later become Roxbury, Massachusetts. At the time, it was the apple of choice for hard cider, but over time it has nearly disappeared into folklore. We spent the past year collecting as many Roxbury Russets as we could find from various plots around Roxbury, New England. We hope you enjoy the forgotten fruits of our labor. The Heritage Series is an ongoing collection of ciders that bridge the past to the present. For Roxbury, we've partnered with 826 Boston, a nonprofit writing and tutoring center in Eggleston Square, and we'll be donating a portion of the proceeds from the cider to supporting budding writers from Roxbury. So a cool thing about the some of these things is like donating to things, right? One of the things that I'm actually really pleased with is that over the course last year of this channel existing, we have, or year, 2 years, whatever, we've actually managed to obtain more than like $3,000 in donations for various charities. So my brother just recently was running a donation via Donors Choose, and I was able to help him achieve his goal and get the books that he was looking for. So he was looking for like XKCD books and other things like that. And so this, how do I share, forward? No, I don't want to, all right, hold on. No. There we go. Alright. Save. C:/downloads. No. Sorry. So yeah, he was asking for a bunch of science books for his physics classroom, and he was looking for like $1,500 in donations. Luckily, it was supported by a like program that allowed it to be you know, duplicated by the Overton Foundation, and he was actually able to get there. So he just received the books, and so some of the people who are in this channel helped donate to this, and you can see all the books he got. Physics of the Impossible, like XKCD's What If, and Thing Explainer. Thing Explainer is a cool book where everything is written using the 1,000 or 10,000 most common words in the English language. This is the like Upgoer 5 meme comes from that, as well as other things like that. So these are all books that he got so he can do classroom efforts around these books, XKCD, What If, etc. And so I was super excited about that, that we were able to do that. Lucy Sal, you're here. I love you, Lucy. Audio seems okay. What's the, sorry, my audio is a bit delayed. Oh yeah, so my audio is always a bit delayed. It ends up being like 4 frames that I end up with being off, but if you see it off by enough to notice, you might want to try reloading the page if you're in the browser. So yeah, he got to about $500 in donations from non-me sources, and then we made it the rest of the way. So the other $700, or the other like $600 he got were people from who know me from this channel, from other places, and that was pretty cool. So I want to thank folks like Jose and others who helped make that possible, as well as of course the extra live stream that we did, where not only myself but also a bunch of other members of our team were able to do that. Thank you very much, Just Guys Falling. He did well. So as soon as they get the money, it's not even he buys them. Donors Choose is the one who buys them. So Donors Choose is the organization that actually does all the purchasing. They do all of the like the buying and selling and everything else like that. Oh no! Oh, come on, let's go, bro. How do I punch? Oh, I have to run into them a couple times. That's right? All right. Oops. Should not have shot at that point. Icing? I don't even know what that means. Open net and he choked. I know. What can I say? I don't even know what icing means. Is icing like offsides? I feel like icing is offsides. Yes, Saturday evening stream because it is that birthday day. Super Sky, you're new to the stream. Well, you're not new to the stream totally. I know your name. All right, we got that score. We got it. We're good. There's other good causes. Yeah, so I'm, oh, okay. Well, what's icing? I don't understand. Oh, no. What are you doing? No. Ah. Oh, no. Crap. I forgot I control the goalie. Ah. One side of the blue line to the other, and no one touches it. Well, why didn't somebody go and touch the frickin', you know... Fuck. That was silly. It goes on cakes. Okay. So, I did the wrong thing. Not to the other ones. I mean, to this stream is always kind of a weird thing to me, right? Like, what is this stream? Oh, you fucking guy. Oh! Yeah. Alright, we're good. All's well. There's no problem here. Alright, let's go ahead and pass? Oh, that wasn't a pass. Oh, it was the pass button, but... Alright, no! Fight me! Oh, fuck, I was trying to fight. I don't know hockey either, man. I mean, I grew up in Chicago. I should know hockey. Like, we had the Blackhawks. Didn't Wayne Gretzky play for them at one point? I don't know, maybe some other good people played for them. Alright. Goes on cakes. Well, so speaking of cakes, what we have tonight is not actually going to be a cake, but we do have a cupcake that I will be pulling out. And because this is a gaming stream, the type of cupcake it is a Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles cupcake. I don't know why that's related to gaming specifically, other than I really like the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 2's game. By the way, one of the games we're going to be playing sometime soon here is actually the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1 game, which I have not played yet on stream. The Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1 game, of course, is known primarily for the abusive and terrible dam level, but we'll be doing something with that. Oh, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Go ahead, keep shooting. I'll keep defending. Somehow. Can someone else on my team? There we go. There we go. It wasn't a Blackhawk. I clearly don't know anything about hockey. I like how all these people are like, no, that's not a Blackhawk. And I'm like, I don't know. Football, right? That's... 30 people here! Holy cow. Holy cow. Look at all these people. They're all here. It's my birthday. Oh man. I feel so special. I'm like blushing. I'm like, I know this is stupid. I know that I am stupid. And but it's so easy for me to feel like despondent about things because, you know, I'm not that special. I have never been that special, but like in the big scheme of things, I'm never going to be a celebrity. I'm never going to be, you know, anything that... Oh yeah, that's right. Come on. Punch me. Hooah. Oh. Haha, I punched you. We're not doing a birthday party this year for personal family reasons. My wife is still in mourning from the death of her mother earlier last year, so we're not entertaining, and you know that's. Oh, I wanted to fight. I didn't want to just like punch you to death. Oh! I know Wayne Gretzky was a hockey player though, right? I got that right? Yeah, it's all right. I totally understand. But yeah, so this is actually why, like, the reason that I have been, like, some of my streams take place at 480p in a weird bedroom up in New Hampshire, the reason is because we go up and take care of my father-in-law every now and then. All right, I'm supposed to, like, drink all this. Like, choke on my beer. Wait a second. Joe Montana is a football player. He's not a hockey player too, is he? Or is he? Or is he not a football player? Oh, I'm red, not green. God damn it. Wait. Oh, we changed directions. I was like, why is nothing working? Oh, thank you. I love koalas. They are my favorite animal. Muse is like, no. That's a
happy birthday, CPG.
No,
Thanks
Billings
for being
is
awesome.
the capital of
Have some
Montana.
colorful
Okay,
currency.
so we got like a ton
P.S.
of money
you are
here.
special to us.
And the reality is that, like, nobody is. No. I know that's wrong. How did I score? I just shot it right through his legs. Thank you very much, Lucy. It's been so. I miss you. I know you like have a job now and shit, but Billings, Helena is Montana. Shut up. This is apple cider. Wow, it's expensive. This is a $10 bottle of apple cider. It's like, no, we're not. You are so fired. We're gonna kick you out of everything. I'm gonna kick you out of being able to talk. It's not 4.3. It is. Oh, it is medium on the sweetness scale. Somewhere around here, there's got to be a number, right? Isn't that how it works legally? Oh, 6.7. 6.7%. Hannah Montana. Key Lime! It's good to see you. Thank you. Happy birthday. Happy birthday. I'm sorry. I'm such an asshole. I just want to be loved. Why can't I be loved all the time? I love being loved. I mean, I'm sorry. Okay. Deep breath. The Edmonton Rough Riders have struck back. I look at this. Chicago's coming back. They're the Blackhawks. Pretty sure. All right. You're all awesome. I am loved. Well, I am loved. Look at you all here. You know, like I did my my wife was like, nobody was watching during your gaming development stream, and I was like, yeah, but it was an experiment. You know, I wanted to try something. I wanted to do something different. I really enjoyed doing the Family Tracker stream, and I know that a bunch of people dropped off because like me just talking about shit for 45 minutes is fine, but like, you know, it's boring rather, but I wanted to try something, and I really enjoyed it, even though I did entirely too much prep for it. So, yeah, she was like, "There's only like 11 people watching." I'm like, "I know how many people are watching. I can look at my stats. I'm not dumb." That's right. Stop adulting. What are you thinking? Oh, I can pass. You know, I can pass the puck. I don't have to just dribble it. What do you call, like, in basketball it's dribbling. What is it in hockey? Not dribbling, right? Oh, come on. Skating, icing, whatever. Army of Dark Raid, Hunty, Yumi, hello, Dark Jake 13 is here, and Tristan, you're all here. Welcome. 26, Eric, but, well, thank you very much, Yumi. I appreciate it. Yeah, I think the number of concurrents kind of picked up at the end when I think there was a little bit more game to play. At the beginning, when it was just like a lot of kind of explanatory and copy-paste, I didn't get as many people watching, but, you know, I want to try something different. Like I said, I really enjoy the art streams that Art Tripper does. I really enjoyed the Family Tracker stream that I got a chance to do, and the Family Tracker video has become my most popular video on my channel, so, yeah. Okay. Alright. We're good. Hooah! Take care, Yumi! Pikachu. Why did we delete Pikachu? I mean, there's no Pikachu here, so I guess that's a good reason. I'm winning! Look, I'm winning! I don't think I've won one of those games when I've played it yet, so we got that going for us. Not bad, Dark Jake. I'm doing pretty good. I'm so happy to have all these people here for my birthday. My birthdays, I'm such a dork about birthdays. And so last year I actually spent a bunch of time like going around and like telling everybody like, hey, it's gonna be my birthday for like 2 weeks ahead of time. And my birthday stream last year was awesome, and I really loved it, and it's one of my favorite memories from YouTube gaming. I really loved, you know, the YouTube gaming streamer party I was able to do at VidCon. I really loved a bunch of these things, and so, you know, for me to be able to have these events where a bunch of people are around that I'm able to, you know, organize either on behalf of myself or even in general, it's just, it means a lot to me, and I really appreciate all the community that are able to step up, step out, etc. Well, thank you, Dark Jake. I appreciate it. My birthday just, it's a thing for me. It's a big thing for me. So look at Lucy. She's still up there. Look at all those Australian dollars giving her the time in the ticker. I don't know, I guess Stat didn't want, well, so the thing is that anyone who's a streamer, and this includes Lucy, like, knows that Super Chat takes 30%. But for me, I want to give, like, for me, especially when you're paying like 20 bucks and you're up there for like, you know, 5 minutes or whatever, I want you to have that your name up there, to have that, you know. I don't do that in my stream so much, and I really, you know, think that, to me, that's worth it, to give you that satisfaction of being up there. And I realize that's a personal thing, because again, I'm a narcissist, and I love being appreciated and everything else like that. I'm dunking all over these fools. Am I ready? Oh, I have to play the game. I wasn't paying attention. Oh God. Oh, okay. I love Konami was just so aggrandizing. What? I didn't hit anything. Contra, Blam, Jackal, Blam. What an exciting game. Fantastic graphics. Awesome music. This is a little bit like Jill of the Jungle advertising for itself inside their game. Thanks a lot, Konami. Jeez Louise. Flattened by, yeah, the goalie's just like, fuck you, like, come into me, come at me, bro. Yes, look at that Minotaur going down. Thank you very much, Taco Bane. Good to see you. Spin the propeller just for you. You are a hero, Core Dream Studios. That everyone I talk to says that. Like, that Core Dream Studios, he's a hero of the utmost recognition and repulsion. Wait, no, those are the wrong words. I don't know what those words mean, but that's not what I meant. Oh God, why did you pass to that person, not the person I pointed at? That's right, spin the hat. Alright. Oh, yeah! Right there, baby! The internet is a miracle. The fact that it works at all is a little bit impressive. Yeah, 7 goals second. Look at that. Look at that. I'm kicking some ice rink behind. 666 health. Ooh-ah. Am I a software engineer by chance? I am a software engineer. I have engineered software once or twice in my day. What I do on my day-to-day job is kind of a mix between the roles and goals of a software engineer and like what's an SRE's job? You know, operations person. So take care, Dark Jake. I hope to see you again soon. Or not, whatever. Like, I'm glad you stopped by. Thank you very much for the raid. I should look at you. Here, now I'll look at you. Dark Jake, thank you for the raid. And everybody who came in with Dark Jake, thank you for coming by. No, I don't do C#. I do Python is my personal primary language, so that's what livestreamalerts.com is written in, as well as, oh God. So Go, Java, I've done some C++, but very little. I'm currently doing some Java development, but it's primarily via copy-paste. Take care, Hunty. You are in eyeballs. Hunty is eyeballs. All right, you go, and you come back, and then we're going to talk about all the things that I love about you. At work, so... it's a mix. I think I've probably written as many lines of code in Python as I have in anything else. So Python, Java, C++. I can do Ruby, I just don't like Ruby. Ruby is a very heavily used for Rails too, which I'm not a huge fan of Rails. So I use Python and Django for personal development stuff, and so it's just a matter of personal taste. It's nothing special, one way or the other. But yeah, so let's talk about a little bit about the things that are different since last year. So since last year, I've done a couple of different things. Like, one, I built a computer. So last year we had my YouTube gaming birthday stream on my shitty little laptop. Take care, Key Lime. I love you. Have a great night. Thank you so much for stopping by. I know it's so late for you. Time zones suck, but I love you. So there you go. And yeah. I've gotten into saying that more, you know, now that we're in a world where there's just so much lack of love in the world, and I want there to be more love in the world. I want to share it with you. Take that, Green Man. You are punched to death. Boom shot. Oh, come on. Seriously? Like, wide open net, and I fuck up the shot. Alright, let's just... Alright. Do this again. Do this again. Grab a Sammy. Listen to the talk show. That's right. I just keep babbling. I babble my way to everything I do. It's all I do. I just talk and talk and talk. Thank you very much for the quote tweets, Stat and SnapClickCat. And of course, Cinnamon Coonie for the retweet. That's right, I do devalue love. I devalue love for you, Brad. White Russian. I should get some Russian. But yeah, I feel like there's so much in the world right now that I think a lot of people are sad and scared of a lot of things, and reasonably so. And I try and counteract that a little bit. Let's beat up Lord Naga. It's morphin time. Google Zord. I was actually watching a little bit. So Twitch has the whole like Mighty Morphin Power Rangers full marathon going on that they're very excited about because apparently like marketing is their thing now. So what? I did not get that face off. I deserved that. Oh, why did I shoot? I meant to pass. God damn it, buttons. All right. Yeah, so I'm playing on the most junior level, and as a result, I very rarely have to pass. So I hit the wrong button when I try. God damn it! You know, it's interesting. It's interesting. Pink Ranger's the best. Kimberly, right? Kimberly is pink. Tiffany was yellow. I guess one of the there was an article earlier this week. It's like, you know, Power Ranger assault arrested for, I don't know, something terrible, murder or something like that. And I was like, what is? I looked it up and it was like a Power Ranger from like Power Rangers Wild Force Ninja Rangers or whatever else like that. I'm like, that's not Power Rangers. I don't know what that is, but that's not the same show I watched as a kid. Taupe Ranger is not a thing. Not a thing. I disagree. All right. Oh, wow. I was just trying to like run around in circles around him, and at some point he got tired of that. He was like, nope, we're not going to continue playing this game forever. We're going to do something different. And I'm like, well, that's a nice idea, but I'd like to not. Yeah, that's right. Oh, okay. Oh, was that icing? No, that was just the end of the game. Okay. Later, Brad. Take care. Thank you very much. Happy birthday to me. With a samurai sword. Who kills somebody with a samurai sword? That's like something that happened in a movie, not a real thing. Kid, it's good to see you. Look at that. We won. And I took a grayscale picture. All right, Blades of Steel. I should tear that apart at some point and figure out how they did those sounds. How many like samples does it take to get that done? All right, somebody said another game I should play, but I don't know what it is. We could play Bible Adventures. Last time we ended up playing some really shitty games. Turns out when I get drunk enough, you guys will just tell me to play anything. I feel like I played like McDonald's Quest 92. I guess there's a Hello Kitty world. Is this? What is this? Character Soft Limited? Life Force. Bonk's Adventure. I can play Bonk's Adventure. This is in Japanese. I don't like. Was Hello Kitty even a thing in the NES era? I thought she was later. I guess not. It actually isn't like, you know, it's a platformer. Why is everything going the wrong way? Miss Pac-Man. Anyway, we're not gonna play that. I was not serious. I was just like, what is going on here? All right, Miss Pac-Man. Mrs. Pac-Man. You can tell she's a Mrs. because she has a bow. We all know that every Miss has to wear a bow in her hair. God damn it. There didn't appear to be a US version of it, so I don't know. I was just like, what the friggity frick is this? Alright. I don't care about eating you ghosts. I'm just gonna eat my dots. So I don't know if you've read Ready Player One. Ready Player One is a book about a near future world where kind of virtual reality. Uh-oh, I'm dead. That's it. I have never played Pac-Man Championship Edition. Grandpa Pac-Man. That's right, we do. We're all old, man. We gotta have that Grandpa Pac-Man. Wow, she can go faster than the ghosts. That's interesting. I don't think Mr. Pac-Man could go faster than the ghosts, so that's an interesting difference. Also, the ghost turned blue even when he's inside the ghost house, which is, I think, another difference. Alright, I'm gonna eat you. Yeah, so Ready Player One's a good book, and in it, the character has to, like, complete a perfect game of Pac-Man. The whole game, the whole book is based on the idea that there's, like, a competition around, like, 80s trivia and so on and so forth. It's a good book. It's easy. It's an easy read. It's quick. It's, you know, you can pick it up on Kindle or whatever else like that. Also, if you don't have a Kindle, like, get one. Kindles are kind of like modern magic to me, and I realize there's nothing really magic about them from a technical perspective, but just the fact that you can just like have all these books, and I realize like I am perfectly willing to participate in DRM schemes in order to make my life a little bit easier. I do it with Netflix, I do it with other things like that, but just like all these books are just there, you just carry them around in your pocket, you can buy new books all the time, and they're just there, and it has actually enabled a giant world of self-publishing because you've got this, you know, marketplace of, oh, seriously, you were blinking. Thank you, The Move, for the birthday wishes. I appreciate it. And so you can, you know, it's enabled this whole world of independent publishing because you don't have to be on a store shelf in order to have your book get bought. And I think that that's a great thing. In the same way that YouTube democratized the broadcasting world to some extent, you know, you've got the ability to create great content. And if you create great content, there's a possibility you'll be able to make it work and be a successful business for you. I lost at Mrs. Pac-Man. That's it. That's the end. That's all there is to it. No one else named a game Bible Adventures. We're not going to play any more Bible Adventures. What we are going to do, Dragon Zord, baby. You got a Dragon Zord on your desk. I should have a Dragon Zord on my desk. Are you a thing? No, I don't. Where? Oh, right. This is the I wanted to click in this. I wanted to click in this and go, I have to pee. So in the meantime, you are going to get a video. Yeah. And I will be back momentarily. All right, there we go. Oh yeah, so this is Harvard. Where's this? Oh. Ah, yeah. So this is near. So if you look over here, this is actually Harvard University. Is all kind of what you're looking at here in downtown Cambridge. This drone needs missiles. Well, I don't have any missiles on my drone. All right, I'm gonna find another game. Maybe Bonk. Someone said Bonk. Bonk's Adventure. We'll play a little bit of Bonk. We probably won't play for long. I'm not gonna play through all of Bonk's Adventure, but we'll pull that up. Stingray, you could absolutely control a drone. That's right, Missile Dine Online. You gotta drop the missile right from this drone. So this is by the Weeks Bridge, the Weeks Footbridge by Harvard in downtown Boston. Yeah, that's the Charles River. To the right side is Boston, to the left side is Cambridge, I think. Oh, I got it wrong. To the right side was Cambridge, to the left side was Boston. No, I got it right. I was right. Left side was Cambridge. And you can see the sun setting here. So that's 1 minute on board that particular flight. So we can bail now. Bonk's Adventure. Amy Louise, how's it going? Long time no see. You're a mess. I'm not a masochist cow. I don't know what you're talking about. Oh, a Bonk's head. Oh, wait, I should look at the game and not just the chat. What am I thinking? Bonk hits people in the head with his head. Alright, cool. Oh, I tried to land on that radish and it did not work for me. Because it's a carrot, apparently. Get out of here. Give me a meat. Oh yeah. Now I'm jumping up in the air. I don't... Oh, okay, now I'm invincible. So it's teaching me all the things. So carrots give me invincibility. What are you? Give me a thing. No? You don't give me anything? You're just like, screw it. Now, about you. Well, Dark Jake, you are a model of people who I enjoy because, like, on my birthday, you're here. No, I honestly, I was kidding. I don't know. You know, you are a member of the YGG fam for a while now, and I'm happy to have you around. I'm happy to have you here. Are you going to, did you consider VidCon at all this year? Or was it just money, time, etc.? I know VidCon's hard to get to for a lot of people, or maybe it isn't even worth it. I mean, I honestly, if I was not working for YouTube, I'm not sure, like, and I had to choose between PAX and VidCon, I would probably say PAX. There's more game developers. If you're doing gaming content, you're going to get more exclusive stuff there. I think VidCon makes sense once. But I think there's a lot of like non-gaming related content and I enjoy it from a YouTube creator perspective, but I don't know that it's good for everybody, so. His head has got to hurt. Well, he's got a really big head. Oh, okay, so cactuses I cannot bonk with my head. So that's good to know. I've learned a thing. Oh. Give me a carrot. There we go. 2 life bars. Yeah, I mean, the streamer house is, I think is, so one of the things is that this year we've actually got like 3 different streamer houses because, you know, we've actually got so many people that we can't all fit in one house. So I think some of that is going to be diminished, but I did not force you to change your name. I did not threaten you. Don't make things up. You're making me look bad on my birthday. On my birthday, all I want to do is drink and be happy. What I said was, your search discoverability for Gaslichu is better than for Jose Angel, because Jose Angel, there's a bunch of other ones. In particular, there's apparently a famous baseball player or something. I mean, famous is relative. He's not like Sammy Sosa or something, but... Alright, more alcohol. I don't know if I have caught... Oh, wait. Oh, I did a bad pour. Bad idea. Oh, the fuzziness on this cider is not good. Alright, I'm gonna die pretty soon here. Give me some carrots. Sammy Sosa's white. I don't even know if that's true. I'm pretty sure that's true. But like that has the ring of truth to me. He took roids. I agree. I agree with that. Yes, we were talking about Sammy Sosa. And I was saying that you know, Jose Angel, the baseball player, is no Sammy Sosa. Joe Montana is black. That also, I honestly can't tell if people are trolling me. I don't know what to think. I don't know anything anymore. Drink water. That seems like that's a fool's game. No, we'll take a water break in a bit. I don't actually have any bottles of water up here, which I should have grabbed, but I did not. That would be the Mark Eichen response to this situation. I'm so confused. Joe Montana. Okay, so Joe Montana is white. Is Sammy Sosa white or black though? I'm so confused. I can't tell anymore. Everything's a lie. Truth is false. False is true. It's pour. There we go. All right. So now we got our cider here. I have learned how to do better pours here. So thank you all for teaching me that. Oh, what are you doing, Slug? Leave me alone. I'm pouring drinks here. I didn't need your sass. Yeah, so after this alcohol is done, after this bottle of cider is done, we will break out into the water because, oh look, it's a hat like mine. This turtle is wearing a giant hat. I can't make it go away like I wanted to. confused. Oh god. Okay. Well, thank you very much, the Agile One. Thank you very much for stopping by and wishing me that happy birthday. So where are you coming from, Dark Jake? I don't know if this water kills me. Okay. Well, you apparently kill me if I run into you. I got fishes here. Okay. Look out. Oh, no, he got me. Well, thank you very much for stopping by on my birthday, because I count the number of people who come by on my birthday, and I use that to determine how successful I have been for the year. So I hope that, you know, I'm happy to have you here and sharing and making me more successful for the coming year. Well, so the problem is that I'm not sure how much of a goldmine there is in covering indie development games, but it's certainly the case that I was really surprised. Like, I had planned on, you know, I had written down a bunch of games, and I was like, okay, well, I'll go look up the official game trailer or something like that on YouTube after the convention. And I found out that many of these games don't have official gameplay trailers. So if you look at something like the artistic venture of Francis Vendetti or something like that, is from Annapurna Interactive, I was like, oh, this game looks really cool. Like, I look forward to, you know, looking up the video online. I found that there's no video online. There's nothing out there that kind of shows gameplay. So I have this video, and that's great, but I don't actually have, there's nothing else out there that I can point to that shows what the gameplay is like. That's correct, Muse. I look younger. I look a little bit older when you see that I'm bald, but I agree. I look young. It's just always been the case. Bow tie so fly. How's it going? Freon Conquest. Yeah, so Disguise Falling, I won't remember this, so definitely put it in my game form. My game form's in the description below. There's a whole section of links at the bottom, and one of those should be a game form. Put it in there. I check that every now and then for games to play, so don't let him trick you. I can't have a sweet comb over. Do you see how short my hair is? Like, I don't comb my hair, but like, I can't comb this over. It doesn't work. That's all there is to it. So, and when I grow my hair out, it looks so terrible. So, my dad, I think, did a comb over, what I would kind of think of as a comb over, but I don't, and don't plan to. Okay, am I doing damage to you? It makes noise. Oh, it makes that noise all the time. Okay, so what do I gotta do here? I can't walk through you. Shave my head. I mean, I could. Oh, there we go. I have to bonk on your head, and I can stand on your leg in order to do so. Ow. I died. Veronica Green Day, good to see you. One day I will look like Doc from Back to the Future. Okay, so this bottle is empty. So the Roxbury Artifact Cider Project bottle is empty. The Ricky Visa bottle is empty. So this one is 22 times 6.7 is approximately 140 alcohol units. This one is 5.7 times 22 is approximately 120 alcohol units, so I am like 260 alcohol units in once I finish what is in front of me, and that's about as much as I can count. I don't think I've ever actually, since I started keeping track of alcohol units this way, done more than that. I'm not starting this game over. I guess if I killed that boss, I probably would have continued somewhere else, but I'm not starting back to the beginning of this. Anticipation. What a weird name for a game. Also Armageddon, which sounds like Armageddon, but isn't. Where's that game? Anticipation. I assume alphabetically it would be after Antarctic Adventure. So let's play some Anticipation. I don't know what this is. Oh, it's from Rare. Everyone loves Rare. Mike EL the Gamer. I was thinking about you just earlier today because Mrs. CPG was asking me, am I not excited about my my grandchildren? And I was like, not, I don't know, maybe? I don't know. Whoa! I don't know what this is. Yellow puzzle. Alright, let's do a yellow puzzle. Clothing. What? I don't... What? I don't... I have no idea what this is. TJ! How's it going? Is there, what am I supposed to do? What is this? A bow tie? It looks like a bow tie. Bow tie. Bow tie, so fly. Oh, that was the wrong letter. Wrong answer. No one can answer. What is it? It doesn't tell me? No one can answer it, it doesn't tell me? What is this game? That looks like I don't know what this is. What is that? What is this game? I don't... Alright. Tie. How is it a tie? I mean, it's 3 letters. What the fuck? What is that? That's not reasonable. Thank you very much. You win. Oh, shit. Okay, I see. There's like an opportunity to draw it, and I fucked it up because I'm like pushing the wrong button somehow. Okay, let's try this again. This game is shitty. Alright, blue puzzle. Let's go. Do it again. Oh, as soon as I hit a button, it puts me into the game. So what I'm supposed to do is not hit a button and then let it draw the thing and then go, oh, I know what it is. And so, yeah, I have no artistic sense. That is true. I think that is a reasonable judgment of the Chris who plays games. He has no artistic sense. By the way, there will not be a CPG rant tonight. Okay, math. So it looks like a star. Star of David. Star. Let's go with star. How is that math? I don't get it. Okay. Alright, star. And no, not yet, Mike Yale the Gamer, but I have a 19-year-old and a 16-year-old, so not expecting a child ever is probably an unreasonable choice. I am lucky enough that I'm not really expecting one in the near future, but Mrs. CPG has always been kind of it looks like a cell phone. Is cell phone the answer for this 1986 game? Maybe it's a book. Nope, book is the wrong answer. Calculator. Is calculator the right answer? Calculator. I'm going with calculator. I guess this game is easier given that I have turned off all of the other players and I'm just playing against myself. Okay, now that I know how the game works, this is not unreasonable. Computer? This is 1988. There was no such thing as a personal computer. I mean, there was, but that looks like a oh, it's a hanger. Wait, clothes hang, cloth, what? 4 letters. Suit hanger. Let's try suit hanger. Nope. Coat hanger. Oh, coat hanger. That's a better answer than suit hanger. I was like, it's like, why is it called a coat hanger? I hang all kinds of shit on this that isn't coats. Why am I playing this game? Somebody suggest a better NES game for me to play, or any other kind of game. What? Oh, I ran out of time. I could have answered if you'd give me more time. Jerks. Alright, draw it. What is it? It's a bow tie. Oh, I got it. It's a bow tie. Bow tie, so fly. Oh, Kung Fu. Somebody said Kung Fu. Alright. Yeah, so you're gonna have to, like, recommend the same games to me multiple times because I'm super drunk. I'm not super drunk. I'm a little bit drunk. I'm a lot drunk. I'm more drunk than usual. Kung Fu. Kung Fu or Kung Fu Heroes? Let's play some Kung Fu. You exclamation point. Kung Fu. Rygar, no. We're not playing Rygar. We're not playing Zelda 2. I want something that's like I can play for 10 minutes and be happy with it. So that's your goal. Like Zelda 2 does not meet that definition. Also, I played Zelda 2 on the stream and like got pretty far into it. King of the Nerds. I should have been a contestant. I mean, I don't know if King of the Nerds is ever something I've ever heard about. So, oh god. Oh, these guys are doing damage to me. Ah, you knife man. Oh, I'm dead. Wow, he got me bad. Yes, we kill things. We kill things. If you look above my head in about 10 to 15 seconds, there's going to be a thing that we can kill, and that's the thing we're killing. It's an RPG. You can type at Septipus, like a seven-legged octopus. Septipus RPG, and it'll give you more information point. Elevator action. Yeah, we could do that. We could do some elevator action. Get back here, sword man. You think you can just throw knives at me and get away with it? Well, you are correct, because I died. Fuck you. Fuck you. Mappy Land. I don't know. I don't know. By the way, $2 any super chats will get me to drink faster. So if you're like, I need you to drink faster so you'd be more fucked up, that's the way to go. I didn't really want to play this game any further. Alright, let's try this again. There you go. Chris GC8 has it going on. He's like, hey, let's attack this gas spore. I don't know what gas spore, like... I guess, when I think gas spores, I think Loatheb in World of Warcraft, in Nax Ramos. So Loatheb was a boss that you could only attack when there wasn't gas or something like. Oh, no, get out of here. Okay, so B kicks, A punches. Whoa, 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 Samurai Swordman. Who are you? Some kind of Power Ranger killing your roommate? God damn. Gas spore stinks, huh? Man, I don't know. So yeah, so what's in the past year? How many? So let's get a hashtag me in the chat if you feel like you knew me at my last birthday party. So were you here for the last birthday? And keep in mind, I can check. I won't, but I could. You know, so what's your thoughts on that? Were you hashtag me if you were here for my last birthday celebration a year ago when I turned 32 years old? We're gonna be doing some cupcakes in about an hour. Skilled Apple, how's it going? Hashtag me. Kim was definitely there. Chris GC8 was definitely there. Muse was definitely there. Stingray, yep, absolutely. Vaguely remember cake. So the cake, you have to keep in mind, there's been 2 cakes in the past year of this channel. One was the YouTube Gaming birthday cake, which was on August 2016 and had a YouTube logo on it. This year we're just doing cupcakes. I do have fire, which is probably a bad idea given how drunk I am, but I do have fire, tacos. I think that's true, TJ. You came from Kang, right? So if you check my Twitter, Twitter CR Schmidt, what I do for my birthday, well, so my birthday is technically tomorrow, but I'm not doing anything. I convinced Alicia's bio dad to drive her back to school, which I'm super excited about because it means I don't have to do 5 hours of driving tomorrow. So what I'm gonna do is make other people do my work for you. But yeah, so if I look, I have a thing. It tells me. If I go here, I can click on this little graph, and so Eric is not in the list. You are correct. I've got, oh god, YouTube Game Cake. That was your first party with me. Yeah, so that was August 25th of 2016. But yeah, so I'm not doing anything special for my birthday. My wife is still in mourning over the loss of her mother back in July. But we had folks like Super Crier. I don't know if we've seen Super Crier tonight. That one more YouTuber who's now known as something different, who I can't remember. Why can I not remember that? I don't know. TJ is definitely on the list. Taco Bane is not. You are correct, Taco Bane. Muse is on the list. You've got it. Yes. Meg, of course, was not Meg. She was Meg's Life back in the day. Snakes and JoJo. Yeah, so the YouTube Cake one was in October. No, August. They're sort of the same. I don't want to play this game anymore. What's another recommendation? I'm going to scroll back. Someone said Kung Fu, Rygar. Rygar, I played like the first level of Rygar and was like, Quicks. I don't know what Quicks is. Let's try that. Quicks. Nope, that was too many X's, I think. Quicks has one X. From Taito. Or Tato? Binar Gaming. Binar Gaming? No. I see, Core Dream Studios. I don't see either of those. I think you're wrong. Core Dream Studios. I could be wrong. Oh, Elevator Action. Tetris will play. Okay, so we'll do a little bit of Elevator Action and then we'll do Tetris. 17-cent alcohol deliveries. Wait. You can't buy alcohol for 17 cents, so there must be something to this that I don't understand. Oh, okay. So I go here, and I divide this. Alright. Quicks. Oh god, I'm gonna get attacked. No, I'm good. I won! Yay! It's this, whatever this is. It has, like, multiple X's in the thing at the top, but it's only one X in my ROM file list. Thank you very much. I think that's a pretty safe bet at this point, Missile Dine Online. Again, if you want me to get more drunk faster, you have the opportunity to do so. Throw some, oh, well, yeah, I mean, delivery fees should be free. I mean, really, why do services need to get paid in order to just deliver me shit? Like, that should just be a default. The default assumption should be that you bake the cost of delivery into getting it to me in the first place. This is not actually true, I'm just being an asshole, but... More drunk faster. As I said, Super Chats or Streamlabs. You got it out there. You know how it goes. Let's do it. Let's do it! Okay. Oh, God. Oh, he got me. I paused, though. I was going to be like, no, I got it. Alright, so my threshold is 65%. Let's see if we can get across here. No, he got me again. Got me again. Alright. Down further. Oh. Cut this out. Alright. Oh, he hit me. More drunker fast. I mean, it's like it, but it's in backwardsness. Alright, we're gonna be why? Why, just why? Why, baby, why? Boom. Boom shakalak. Alright, so we got Tetris, Centipede, we've got Kabuki Quantum Fighter, and we've got something else I forgot already. I have worked at Google for just shy of 3 years, rather. So I've worked at Google since March 25th of 2014. Elevator Action. There you go. We'll do Elevator Action first, just because Muse already called that out before. We'll do some Elevator Action is going to be our next game. Rampage. Space Invaders. Space Invaders are kind of eh. I don't know if there's an NES version of Space Invaders at all. Oh god. This game is very much in the Jezball space in my mind. Cut this out. Do that. I love working at Google. It's been an awesome couple of years there. I love what I do for my job. I do sometimes tell people though, like, it's not like, yes, Google is cool. It's a cool company. We do a lot of cool things. You get to, you know, have the possibility of making changes you couldn't possibly make anywhere else. You know, so YouTube sends 20% of the bits on the internet. There's no place, maybe Akamai, maybe Facebook. Those are the only two companies that I could be nearly as effective at the things that I do as I am at Google. There is nowhere else that's even on the same scale. And so it is great that I can do that. But sometimes people are like, oh, Google's like, you know, everything's just fun and play with whatever and everything else like that. And it's really not. There is a multiplayer client for some, so I can actually do, there's a net play option for this game, and I could, like, you know, connect to a net play server and so on and so forth. But So I could add 3D World Runner and we could play multiplayer 3D World Runner, but there isn't that. But I haven't done that tonight. Tonight, we're going to be going on to Elevator Action. Elevator Action is a game where you ride elevators, if I remember correctly. So we will find that out. Do I own a Nintendo Switch? I do not. My wife was actually trying to get me one for my birthday, but she did not succeed in doing so because there's not a lot around here. So Target had some the first day, but they went away. Yeah, so in Elevator Action, we're just trying to get down here. You can tell we've got the boo is on the triangle wave channel, and you've got the noise channel from the guns. What's this red door? Nothing? Oh no, the elevator went up. Why did the elevator go up? Come back, elevator. There we go. Alright. I gotta take the stairs down. We can get to another elevator. The lights are off on this level. Go in red doors? I tried to go in. How do you go in? I kind of felt like I was trying to go in, but I failed. So yeah, Mr. CPG is trying to buy me one. I mean, the reality is that for the Switch, there's basically only one game worth having at the moment, right? Which is Zelda. If you're not into Zelda, then why have a Switch at the moment? I'm sure it'll expand, but it's not there yet. And so I look at that and I'm like, you know, whatever. All right, well, push up. I'm pushing up. Oh, there we go. I have to stand on that thing and push up. Oh, now I got more points, and I'm like carrying a briefcase. Yes, we killed the gas boar. Oh no. Oh, come on. It was only one floor. I can make a one floor jump. Come on. I think I went down floors because I died. I'm not sure how that works, but... Oh no, he got me. Ugh. Alright, so I think I'm gonna have missed some of the red doors. Is that gonna end my game? Is that it? Am I ended? Is the game over because I missed some red doors? Hopefully not. Alright. Sorry, I was drinking beer and this guy tried to come and kill me. Give me some elevator loving here. There we go. Alright, I missed 1, 2... Oh, I missed them. Okay, so I could not finish the level. Alright, there's a wall here. I'm assuming this took me to the top one, and I don't have to try and go up from there, so let's go find some other things. My GG was not so G, turns out. But yeah, so this is using like one square channel, as well as one triangle channel for the overall, like the background noise, the elevator movements, and is not using any of the other, and of course the noise channel for gunshots. But these, you shall not pass. All right, let's try a little bit better this time. Let's try and get, we're gonna try and get through the first level of Elevator Action. After which we'll go back to other games. Gotta remind me what they were. Wow. Oh, we got a Balrog? Oh, man. Wow, he's got a shit ton of health. Oh, God. Do not kill me. You are not acceptable to kill me. I have reviewed your... Ooh, I took the lights out. Who turned out all the lights? Yeah, so basically you've got, as far as I can tell, you've got one of the Square Wave channels is being used for the kind of the main soundtrack. The other sounds are the oh no! I broke my ankle. Fuck. Alright, 16. Let's go to 16. Is it gonna drop me down for no, okay, here we go. Go in here. Oh fuck. Shit. So yeah, the elevators are on the triangle wave. That's the kind of the bass note, the fixed bass note, and then you've got the square wave that's being used for the main kind of tune. But there are actually two square waves, and I'm not sure why they're choosing not to use the second one, other than perhaps this was ported from some older system that didn't have as many channels. You've got the noise channel for the guys shooting guns, and so every time I shoot, that's definitely a noise channel action there. God damn it. That's it, right? Yeah, game over. We're gonna beat this first level. We are gonna beat this first level. Drink. Hey, Celso, how's it going? I wish tons of good things too, and I've been so lucky to have so many people here. There were like 30 people watching earlier. There's probably like at least 10 people watching now. It's so great. Queen Nola, good to see you. Thank you very much for the happy birthday wishes. I'm happy to have you here. I hope you're having a great day. I hope you had a great week. I hope you're having a great weekend. I'm working on getting drunk, so as I said earlier, you know, anyone who throws $2 at me or more gets a nice birthday wish here. So thank you very much for Soybomb for stat, for SnapClickCat, not Soybomb, SnapClickCat for stat, and for Lucy for throwing a ton of money at me and making me really woo-wee. As I said, I'm at 240 alcohol units. So alcohol units in my mind are ABV times number of ounces, and that is more drunk than that's basically as drunk as I can get and still count. Beyond that, I never remember. So take care, Core Dream Studios. Thank you very much for stopping by and giving me that special thing. Mark and Stephanie are still here hanging out. We got all kinds of people hanging out. So we have my whole new art community that I've been able to build because of my relationship with the art Sherpa Cinnamon Cooney, and I'm super happy for them all to be here. I'm also happy for all the people I've made, all the friends I've made in the last year, as well as the friends that I made before that. It's been so lovely of a year. And while sometimes I look at this and I get kind of weepy because I realize I've lost touch with so many friends, at the same time I can look around and say there are so many more friends that I've made that it's lovely to be able to be here with you, to share things with you, to, you know, share whether it's the CPG rants or whether it is anything else. I'm so lucky to have people here. So thank you for being here. Airbending Eagle here, tossing in those happy birthday wishes as well. Another one of those fans who've been around forever. And I'm so happy to see you, my friend. All right, let's go down a level, because I've got 2 elevators on the next level and only oh, I can jump. Oh, can I jump over the elevators? See, Stingray knows all the things about this game. He's gonna probably put it in his like next virtual collector. He's gonna be like, all right, here's elevator action. It's super slow. It's very much 8-bit. It was probably ported from the Atari somewhat poorly, but it is a thing. Oh yeah, see, I got stuck on the elevator cable, so you cannot jump over an elevator, in case you were ever wondering, because you're sitting here playing elevator action and you were like, well, can I jump over an elevator? The answer is no, you cannot, because the cable in the middle will act as a brake to your elevator actioning. So just so you know, what? It crushed me. Elevators should not crush me. I should only use them to crush other people. All right, let's go down this way. All right. But there's always cable, isn't there? Alright, I think I'm gonna get to the car. Yeah, don't have weak ankles. Who do you think you are? A nobody? You're a nobody. Wow, I need more beer. Look at this. This is it. That's the end of this alcohol. That's right, I'm gonna ride the elevator down. Just like that. Drives a Geo Metro. I think it was a spot. It said so on it, right? Didn't it? Or shot, maybe? I don't know what it said. Jump on the elevator. Oh, right. Okay. When there's no cable, it's high because it's higher than you, then you can jump over it. That makes sense. Sorry, I'm like, there's always a cable, but of course there isn't always a cable. That was just a silly idea of mine. All right, come back up, elevator. Why are you going down? Come back up. I said up, damn it, up! So yeah. So this game was probably ported from an older system of some kind, given the kind of limited range of the audio. One of the cool things is just how effective people got at crafting NES audio over the years of the NES as a platform. You know, there's just so many limitations on what you have to do, but you can create such great music. I think one of the biggest examples of that, of course, is the Shovel Knight soundtrack. I mean, Shovel Knight is a game released in 2015, but all of the music composed on that is completely capable of being played on a classic, you know, US NES, and I think that's a really impressive feat on their behalf that they did that. But more importantly, like, it's, oh my gosh, god damn it. All right, that's it. All right, so you guys get to, so I think somebody earlier said, like, I could not fly a drone. So this was my daughter's, Julie's, first flight. So she flew this entirely on her own. I'll let you guys watch this, and I will be, oh, I gotta actually put that up and do that. So this was Julie, and so I was trying to teach her to fly a drone in Cambridge. Alright, I guess that took slightly longer than a minute and a half. Sorry about that. But yeah, so that was that first flight there was Julie's first flight of the drone. She'd never flown it before, never done anything else like that, and so there is that. Gasachu! Happy birthday! I still got another 42 minutes. Are you leaving? Yeah, so my daughter, Julie, was the one flying this. So my daughter, she was probably 14 at the time. My 14-year-old daughter was the one who made this flight. So you can see her here. That's her flying. And so she kind of flew it around and flew it up and flew it down and everything else like that. So that was her first flight. Oh. Well, thank you very much for the raid. I didn't realize it was a raid. I realize now because Septipus said something. What is going on with this game? Stop this. Go away. All right, hold on. I have to look up. Elevator Action was one game. What other games did we say that I should play? Elevator Action, Kabuki Quantum Fighter. Let's see if we can find this. Stingray, have a great night. Oh, I'm sorry, Celso, have a great night. I will see you Monday. And Monday I will not be drinking, so we'll see how that changes things. Kabuki Quantum Fighter. Europe, no. And we'll do the, no, there we go. We got a US edition. Next, Doloff is now a playa. You want to go on the slide? Well, we got no slides. No slides here. That was just in the park. You have to come to Cambridge. If you come to Cambridge, I will take you on the slide. Okay, before we drink more beer, we're gonna have to drink some water. But the next person who donates more than $2 gets to pick whether we drink beer or cider next. So feel free to throw that money in. Thank you very much, Chronicast. Thank you very much, Queen Nola, as well as Truest Dragon, People's Car. This game is gonna be like all like it's got story and shit. I'm so confused. Hello, Ice Bear Pack. Welcome, welcome. I'm the Chris who plays games, playing retro games every Monday and Friday at 9:15, and also on my birthday when I get super drunk. So as I was saying earlier, on my birthday, $2 gets you for me to drink more. I would speak more in words, but instead I just have people throw money at me to make it so that I can't speak in words. This game seems like it would be like an interesting platformer game for me to play on another stream, but maybe not as, you know, the birthday stream games. So here's the thing, like, a lot of platformers, like, it's great. Like, these are fun games, whatever, but I'm looking for games that I can play for somewhere between 5 and 15 minutes. So Pac-Man, Galaga, Space Invaders, other things like that. Ooh, I can climb up the walls. Have you ever climbed up a wall? Hello, Smiley Gamer, thank you very much. And one sober guy. I'm not like you tonight. I am one drunk guy, but you know, we're working on it. Thank you, Aku-chan, for the birthday wishes. I'm so happy to have you here, as well as the rest of Team Bear. Shanda Bear is probably one of the sweetest people on YouTube Gaming. I love watching her streams. Thank you very much. See, here's the thing. I turned off Streamlabs because I thought it wouldn't be a thing, and Ice Bear Pack is like, hey, oh, it's right there we go. All right, it's there. It's there. Happy birthday. Thank you very much, Ice Bear Labs. I appreciate it. So yeah, Metal Slug I've done as a full stream. Kabuki Quantum Fighter, other things like that. One drunk guy. Okay, well, so you're one sober guy on YouTube and one drunk guy as your gamer tag. That feels like a juxtaposition that I'm not quite sure how to handle. So yeah, thank you very much, Smiley Game, for hitting that like button. I'm gonna drink a little bit more water, but yeah. So whoever that was, you get to pick whether I am drinking the whether I'm drinking beer or cider next. So if you have an opinion on whether I should be drinking beer or cider next, and this is targeted at Ice Bear Pack, you can let me know. You get to let me know. 33. I am turning 33, so I will be turning 33 in just 48 minutes here in East Coast time zone. I have been a parent since I was 19. I have a 19-year-old and a 16-year-old. They're only that old because they were stepchildren, but I have been parenting them for 14 years. So I've been a parent for 14 years. I've never actually lived on my own. You demand cider. You are too slow. Ice Bear Pack gets to pick first, but if I don't see anything from Ice Bear Pack picking either cider or beer, then Leif will get to win, and we'll have to go that route. So you got to throw that in there, Ice Bear Pack, so you can get the choice. Thank you very much, Mike Riston, for the raid. Slow. I appreciate it. I appreciate all of you. Cider. Okay, so Leif and Ice Bear Pack both vote cider, and so we'll be digging into that. The cider we have is the Northerner from Embarkcraft, and it does have a hipster label on it to read. I don't know. Do you guys like dig when I get into these like modes where I'm just like saying lots of words over and over again? I like it. Like I said, you know, one of my goals as a live streamer is to be more interesting than an AM radio DJ. Right? And AM radio DJs are super energetic but not actually interesting, and I don't know if I achieved that at all. Like my mother, you know, back in August or September or something like that, when I talked to her, was like, oh, you're not interesting at all. And I was like, well, okay, fine then. But like I actually do wonder, like, you know, do you like that say a lot of words mode? I'm talking too slowly. I need to talk a little bit faster so I can talk about a lot of things. One of the things I actually learned is that with my current configuration, does my video currently have closed captions? It doesn't, right? Okay, so one of the things I actually learned is that although it does not have closed captions currently, it does have closed captions after the fact, because I've turned on this option in OBS that uses Microsoft closed captioning to do captions. So that's a good thing. You like when I say words. I mean, my mom's, Keep in mind, my mother is never too ashamed to be openly critical. Thank you very much, One Server Guy, for that subscription. I appreciate it. Take care, man. Helsing, thank you very much for being here on my birthday. This is the 8th. It's like Shantae. Like, you thought Shantae was a unique thing, but you are incorrect. Shantae has been around forever. Before she was Shantae, she was Kabuki Ninja Hero. If you have an NES game you want to see played, toss it in the chat right now, especially if it's a quick game and not a long platformer. I'm going to pull up the Galaga. Centipede. Someone said Centipede. Let's see if there's an NES Centipede. There is no NES Centipede. Okay, Galaga is one of my favorite games. Not Galaxian. Fuck you, Galaxian. Just because you matched the word Galaga. Demons of Death. What the fuck? Isn't there just like a Galaga game? They're called Demons of Death? That's weird. Oh, Tetris. Delivery of the Creative. Okay, so I'm gonna. Nobody said Galaga, so I'm gonna swatch to Tetris because other people did say Tetris. So Tetris. Everyone hates when I play Tetris because I'm terrible at it, but I'm gonna do it anyway. One of the things I actually learned is one of the 3 creators of Tetris is actually a Google employee. And so, like, he actually works for Google. He is one of the people who was apparently excluded from the, like, random bullshit that happened that kicked one of the people out of, like one of his partners went to the US, got a contract, brought it back to his house and said, hey, sign this. And, turns out it was, like, absolving all of his rights to anything other than the PC version of Tetris, so. There's a lot of water. The Sorrow! Welcome, welcome. I have every NES game, every Sega game. I have them all. But we're going to play some Tetris right now. Oh, there's a millipede? I didn't even know. Shows what I know. Alright, which music do we want? Music 1? Music 2? Or music 3? Music 1? Music 2? Three. We got 1 vote for 3, 2 votes for 3. Any other votes for 2 or 1? Alright, let me finish out this water so I can get some more alcohol in me. I need to get more alcohol in me. Alright, you got 3 votes for 3 and 1 vote for 1. I'm gonna call that a win for 3. Alright. But yeah, so one of the creators of Tetris is actually a Google employee, according to his Wikipedia page, which I had never known before. And so that was a thing that I learned just this last week. Alright, let's put you over here. Oh, crap. That was dumb. You can't make tough decisions. Oh, what was that, brain? You're a terrible brain. Alright, we're gonna do this. We're gonna go for the Tetris. It's always a bad idea for me to go. I'm terrible at going for Tetrises. Like, this is the problem. Like, I will fuck up so many times trying to go for. Oh, and I'm not even get the Tetris because, like, look at this. I've got this stupid like gap over here, so I'm stupid. Like, that was a dumb idea. I should have just been like, all right, I will take that with the 3-fer and been happy. But no, now I've got a whole bunch of gaps at the bottom. I'm totally fucked up. Like, it's just not a. So this is why people don't like watching me play Tetris, is because I am a typical level of terrible at it. And so many people watch me, they're like, oh my god, I'm so much better than you. And I'm like, yeah, it's because I'm a shitty Tetris player. Like, what do you want from me? But that's just the way the cookie crumbles. Alright, we'll put you over here. You're good, Mr. Little Blue Thing. Light blue. My Blaine is alright. The kids ain't alright. It's a song by somebody. Beast Life, thank you very much for those birthday wishes. I appreciate it. I am going to be 33 years old. So what did you do when you were 33 years old? For those of you who are 33 years old. And if not, what did you do? What was your most memorable moment from 33 or 33 divided by 2, which is approximately 16? Or if you don't have any of those, you know, pick another number. So your most memorable moment from being 33 years old or 16 years old, or I guess 8 if you're not 16. If you're 13 years old, tell me when you were 8. What was your most memorable moment? And if you're not 8, then maybe you should go to bed. Because unless you're in Vietnam, you probably shouldn't be here. Or some other country with a very weird time zone. Jake Blair! Thank you very much! See, Mighty knows. He's like, oh my god, this is driving me crazy. Luckily, I don't have Brad Pritchard here. He has gone to the airport, and he does not have to hang out and watch how terrible I am. By the way, oh my god, I am shitty at this. So, we're only 30 minutes away. 30 minutes away from when the Chris Who Plays Games turns whatever age I'm turning. I think 33? That sounds like a right thing. It's a song by The Offspring. I don't know what is a song by The Offspring. I'm trying to like hold. Oh wow! I thought that was a square. Clearly not. I don't think Tetris is the best idea when I'm drunk, because I'm just like, that's a square. Like, you know, the fact that it's not at all a square is not super relevant to me. All right, we'll put you here. Oh well, that didn't work because I wanted it to. Okay, we'll go here. We got this. We got this. I'm usually a little bit better at this, by the way. Some of this is just drunkenness, but most of it is that I'm a pretty shitty Tetris player. I don't want to take too much credit. Like that right there would not have been a mistake I would have made under normal conditions. But I do agree that my Tetris playing skills could use some work. All right, we'll go here. And then we'll fill this in, because we like filling things in. I mean, the more filled in that you can be, the better you are. I mean, that's what every female has ever told me. Woman. You don't want to use the word female unless you want to sound like a Ferengi. The Ferengi are not a group of people that you want to emulate. So don't emulate the Ferengi. Don't call them females. Call them women. I was actually just watching Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt earlier today. And Unbreakable Kimmy Schmidt, actually, in its theme song, says, unbreakable, they're alive, damn it. It's a miracle, unbreakable, they're alive, damn it. Females are strong as hell. And this is not a thing that bothered me when I watched it probably a year or two ago. But now I'm like, females? Why not use the word women? Like, men are strong as hell is not a thing that anyone's going to argue with you on. Why would females... Oh my god, why? Why would females are strong as hell be a thing that people would argue with you on? But apparently they would. I don't know. The video of Julius... Emily, you are so far in the past. You're like 10 minutes back, man. Woman. Whatever. I'm so confused. You moved to Alaska when you were 16? Chris GCA? I would love to go to Alaska. I've never even been. Never been to Alaska. You haven't thrown your back out yet. That's a good thing. All right. Water's done. We're totally done with water. Somewhere on this table. Okay, cider was next. All right. All right. So now we've got... This is a... What is this? It's semi-sweet. It is the Northerner cider. The Northerner is a refreshing semi-sweet cider made of 100% Northern Spy apples. We derived our inspiration for the label artwork from the following history of the naming of the apple. One of the most famous of all American apples, Northern Spy originated in East Bloomfield, New York around 1800. The apple was named for the hero of that notorious dime store novel, Northern Spy. The book was written anonymously, published sub rosa, and was circulated among radical hardcore abolitionists circa 1830. The Northern Spy set up a series of safe houses from Virginia through Maryland, Pennsylvania, and New York State for runaway slaves to Canada. It was a blueprint for the Underground Railway. Embark's Craft Cider Works handcrafts hard cider using apples grown on-site at Lagunier Farms, a family farm since 1909. Our tap room on location in Williamson, New York offers samples of our craft ciders as well as bottle sales. So you can see here that we've got a compass and some leaves. Apparently that was inspired by the Northerner. But yes, Northern Spy apples apparently make up most of this. So. Again, I guess with ciders, mostly I don't have to worry too much about the pour, but again, your goal is to get the beer to flow, or the alcohol to flow up to the top, and then tilt it to flat, and that will minimize your head. You want to get with beer, you want to get a bit at the end, because if you don't get any head on it, it looks a bit weird. But you can see with the cider, you don't get a ton of head no matter what you do. Hello, Garrett K. Hohenstein. Thank you very much for the happy birthday wishes. No problem, Stingray Gaming. Thank you very much for being here. I appreciate seeing you. Member of the Retro Squad, Stingray Gaming also is doing a virtual collector series where you can find about games you can buy on virtual consoles for legal rather than just stealing them like I do. Check it out on Stingray Gaming's channel. The latest video is on Wario's Woods, maybe? I could be wrong. Stingray Gaming. Alright. Yeah, so the latest, you need to have a playlist for Virtual Collector. Oh, you do. Excellent. Oh, Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. So Yoshi and Castlevania 2 Simon's Quest. So this is the latest Virtual Collector from Stingray Gaming. Thank you very much for hanging out, Stingray. I appreciate it. Yeah, but you don't want to serve, I mean, like, even the ones that are served with a big head, like, having poured a bunch of beers on stream, I found that the ones that are served with a big head pretty much come with a big head naturally. I don't think that you ever want to just pour it vertically in. It's a bad idea. So... Emily, I get the feeling that I just said, you said Guinness, I said Guinness. My feeling is you're more on the present now. Man, this Balrog is a jerk. As a noun, I don't, a Bomberman, considered a feminist. What's a feminist? I'm so confused. Bought a carton of smokes and a porno. A great birthday. I never bought porno. I don't think I've never bought a porn magazine. That's the thing I've never done. So I want to hear a hashtag sing if you want to hop on Discord and sing to me for my birthday once we hit midnight. That's what I want to hear. If you want to sing to me for my birthday, hop into Discord, or just type hashtag sing if you want to hop into Discord and sing for me for my birthday. I know that this is it's stupid. It's stupid that I am so insecure. It's stupid that I am so, all these other things that I just am, but I am. So, I mean, pulling out your protractor is a good idea. Hello, Basement Dino! Yeah, let's do this. We'll start with normal pattern. Nib Shitsu. I don't know how this game works. I don't like this game. What game am I supposed to be playing next? Somebody said. So we got Tetris. Oh, I'm going to play some Galaga, because this is my birthday, and I'm going to play what I want to. It's my party, and I'll cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. Cry if I want to. You would cry, too, if it happened to you. Alright. Thank you very much, Basement Dino, for stopping by. We may not do the singing this year. That might have just been a thing. I mean, it's just like last year. I don't know. I feel like I've fallen out of the favor of all of the beloved sons. And so when I talked earlier about Ken Gaming stopping by and that feeling like a big deal to me, part of the reason is because I feel like, a lot of these people are more distant from me than they used to be. And I'm happy to see that he was able to make it out. It makes me happy. It makes me feel like it's just perception. Hashtag sing. Hashtag sing. Singa, 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 singa. Alright, oh no, I shot it! Fuck you. Alright, get out of here. You'll sing anything. I'll do anything! Woo! Yeah, and then after midnight, when it is officially my birthday, we'll pull out the karaoke. That's what we're gonna do. So if you want to pick a song, you'll be able to throw, again, you pay $2 and you'll be able to throw some alcohol at me and a song. That's how it's gonna work. So, yeah, slay that, 1,600 points. Just for shooting somebody by missing some of the people in front of him. Give me this, yeah, that's right. Here we go. I haven't aged a day. I mean, I've aged at least a day. So yeah, so after midnight, we'll do singing at midnight. So if you've not joined the Discord, you can join the Discord now. Type !Discord. That will get you to the link to my Discord. You can join up. If you've never signed up to Discord, you probably should do that now. And after that, we'll be doing some karaoke. So if you'd like a song, throw a song at me. If you would just like to hang out and listen to me make a fool of myself singing popular songs from the 90s, then you're welcome to do that as well. No space. I'll help you out. Cow Dizzle still here. Cow Dizzle, you're a beautiful man. Even if, like, all of us, I don't know. Cow Dizzle, you are a beautiful man. Even if like all of us, you are a man, and therefore not as nearly as beautiful as women. Because women are more beautiful than men, in my opinion. I guess there are some men who are just as beautiful as women to me, but they're rare. I work a lot harder to be a beautiful man to me than a beautiful woman. So I'm biased in that direction. I'm just saying. If you want to impress upon... Oh, you fucker. And I don't even have two, like, things up at the top to get me a sucker-upper. Ah! That's right. Jake Blair, I love... I mean, to be fair, Jose, I think that you have a particular opinion about the beauty of women that is not shared with me all the time. Oh no! Oh no! Now I can't even use one of my lives to get a double shooter. You jerks. Just because I can't play this game while drunk. Oh god! That's it. Game over. Ah! Ah! Why, Cider? Why are you attacking me? Now my shirt has cider on it. Okay, game over. I mean, Discord is like a browser app. You can, like, open it in things that aren't whatever. Bad Dudes. That seems like a game that I am whatever. Garrett, so that she has the same birthday as I do, March 19th, right? Garrett K. Hosteen. Well, thank you for joining us. I am happy to see you here. I'm the Chris who plays games. I play whatever the fuck I feel like every Friday at 9:15, and whatever is retro on Monday at 9:15. This Monday we'll be playing Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 1. Are you a bad dude? Oh, I've played this game. I had forgotten I'd played this game. You want carrot cake? How about Donatello cake? Play Wall Street Kid? I don't know if I have Wall Street Kid. Oh. Let's get to the punching on. It's punching and kicking. Oh boy, and I can like punch up. I don't know. I'm not sure if I'm a bad dude. Your Comcast is acting up. My Comcast is probably not acting up, but I never know. Like sometimes I'm like, oh, the Comcast, it's a thing. Take care. Have a great day at class. Do you have class on Sunday? Isn't tomorrow Sunday? I feel like today, tomorrow, whatever is Sunday. I don't actually, Basement, you're in India, right? So today is tomorrow, tomorrow is today, and yesterday is moving in and out. And the 88 lines are the photos of your blinds. Need to find you, to remind you, if you ever lose your way. I think that's, What am I singing? Cake. Oh, boss. Hello, boss. Oh, you breathed fire on me. Okay, apparently you can breathe fire. That's good to know. Oh, you ducked to shoot fire at me. Alright. Well, I'm gonna keep punching you. Am I a bad dude? I'm not a bad dude. I'm a medium bad dude who can maybe... Oh, God! Ah, he got me. That's it. Alright, this bad dude's this game. I haven't seen Dick Butt anyway. I saw Dick Bait a little while ago, I feel like. Maybe not in the last couple weeks. Alright, let's play this. No, let's not. Dennis Soy! How's it going? What's your favorite NES game, Dennis Soy? Mobile design. Take care. Is that designed for mobiles? Or is that something else? Oh. Crier! Super Crier, I was just mentioning earlier. Falcon Man! Good to see you. You're my favorite Falcon Man ever. I only have one, but... Alright, we're gonna fish in Palm Beach. Where do you think we should fish? Oh! There's some fish over there. Nope, we missed them. I scared them away because my boat is too noisy. Oh man! It's not in Japanese. Okay, so there's like an English version you're saying. Blue Marlin. I just didn't see it in the... Aha! There we go. Celebration so far is good. Look at all these people I've got here. I probably got like at least 12 people watching me. There's 35 people watching. 35 people is more than I've had in any stream for the past 4 months. So like that's a lot. I mean, that's not true. I had a lot of people. Whenever Julie raised me, I get a lot of people. All right, so we're gonna go to Florida. We're going to go to Palm Beach. It's the bird, dude. Lion? There's no lion command. You gotta add a lion command, Mighty. You gotta be like, have you ever seen a lion who is great as a Zion? You gotta do the thing. So exclamation mark Discord will get you to my Discord. We're gonna sing if people are willing. And I think there's only like 2 people who are willing. But if you're willing to join Discord and sing happy birthday to me, I would owe you $1. And I will happily give you $1 in whatever manner you choose. So you can join the Discord and you can sing to me and I will write your name down on a list. I will take a picture of the people in Discord and I'll be like, hey, like, you know, I'm gonna give you $1. And whatever way you choose that $1 to exist is gonna be a thing. This game seems stupid. Icky with a V. Icky with a V. Do you know what kind of Icky you are? Because I'm pretty sure that the Icky you are... Oh, Icky with a V is streaming. She's streaming just 2 weeks from now on August 1st. April. April starts with A as well as August. Vicky, you're beautiful. Vicky is probably one of my favorite people that I've ever met from the YouTube gaming community. When I did my annual YouTube gaming stream, I said... Okay, so what? How do I catch fish? I know how I drive the boat. I want to catch these fish. If I press B, nothing happens. Okay, so B makes me go backwards. A makes me go forwards. I can like press a pause menu. But I want to catch fish. This game is stupid. I am home. I am drunk, and you're still my favorite person. You never played an NES game in your favorite life? I already played Super Mario Brothers. I beat it. It took me about 20 minutes. So I'm working on the speed run. Oh, look, a shark. Shark, come here. I'm gonna catch you. I can't push any buttons that make me catch you, but I'm gonna do it. Alright, so I'm pressing start and select, and nothing happens. This game is stupid. Player information. I have no muscle strength. But that's not a lying command. I am home. That's why I can be drunk. You are correct. So exclamation mark Discord. If you want to hop into Discord, you want to hang out and sing to me. You've got that option. Look at 33 people. Ghastly Chew just uploaded a video, Geralt of Rivia in Witcher 3 featuring Zelda Breath of the Wild. Just saying, there is that. I think the internet is a good thing. Overall, the internet is a good thing. I wish there was still Google Reader, because I feel like the death of Google Reader was a problem for the free and open internet. I think that it was better before Google Reader died. But yeah, so that's Japanese only. I don't like that. I don't like this game. So let's play something different. Let's play this, Sweet Home. Does this have a US version? No, that is Japanese only. Why were there so many Japanese only things? Why did Nintendo games have a tendency to have Japanese only games? Tekken 2, Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, Tecmo Super Bowl, Super something something. I'm gonna close my eyes, I'm gonna scroll up, I'm gonna click. Alright, Road Blasters. Ever heard of Road Blasters? Of course you have. I mean, everybody knows Road Blasters, right? That was your favorite game. So someone asked me earlier, maybe Cowdizzle, maybe somebody else, for the game that had guns that you drove, cars that you drove with guns, and it appears that I have found it by randomly scrolling through the games and picking the thing that my mouse landed on. I have found Road Blasters. Oh no, I ran into something. Garrett, you should be able to from mobile. 10-minute break, it's good to see you. You'll be my age in 10 years. 33 years old is in 10 years for you, you youngin'. You youngin'. I found it. Look at that. I literally closed my eyes and scrolled through my list of games and found the game that you were talking about. So that's how awesome I am. If you've ever asked yourself, like, what is the awesome level of CPG? Now you know. I won! Look at that! I won the level. Alright, let's drink some more beer. I mean, this is not beer, it's cider. In 8 minutes, it will be my birthday. AWOL! How's it going? You made it just in time. So you can hop in Discord, !Discord will give you a link to the Discord. If you have not checked out the Discord before, you should. There's a politics channel and all kinds of other channels you can hang out in, and you can tell me how wrong I am, because I love it when I'm told how wrong I am, because then I can argue with people, and arguing is probably my favorite thing. Yeah, so do that. Hop in the Discord, and you can hop in the voice channels and sing to me. You should be able to do that from mobile. There is, I don't know about the mobile from the non-app version, so I may be wrong. I've only used the Discord app on mobile, but if you do download the Discord app, you should be able to sing, and you've got 8 minutes left, so really, like, what other thing do you have to do? I guess one of the problems is that if you're not in a YouTube Red subscription status, that is a problem. You've got the app. Are you gonna sing to me, AWOL? Are you gonna sing happy birthday? Thank you with a V. I am so happy that Inky is here. I'm so happy with all the people who are here. I'm like looking around. I'm like, oh my gosh, I have 10-minute break, and I have Cowdizzle, and I have AWOL, and I have Oni, and I have Jose, and everybody else like that. And your birthday's on the same day as me, March 19th, 2 days after St. Patrick's Day. Or are you born on March 18th? In any case, happy birthday. We can sing happy birthday to Dennis as well. I can see all of the I mean, I can't see the internet that exists in North Korea. I guess North Korea actually has like a couple of different like domains that are registered, and I can't see those because like I live on the public internet, not on the North Korea internet. So I guess it's not true that I can see all of the internet. In reality wise, like nobody can see all of the internet because the internet as an interconnected network of networks has components that are never visible to everybody. But I can see a fair dinkum of the internet. I'm a bash. Wait, no, Cowdizzle. I don't think Cowdizzle is a rash that I can't get rid of. I like Cowdizzle. So confused. Uh-oh, I'm gonna run out of gas. Give me some gas. Alright, I got some gas. I am actually super surprised that I managed to find Road Blasters, the game you were talking about, Cowdizzle, because I was not trying to at all. I was just like, what is this? Random scrolling. On the 19th. That is my birthday too! Happy birthday, Dennis! I did not know that your birthday was the same day as my birthday. I mean, I should already be in Vicky's stream. The fact that I'm not is a personal failing. Oh no! Oh, I missed the gun, or whatever that was. So I don't fully understand how when I slow down these things that I'm flying, like driving towards, move away from me. 49 others! Holy crap! Holy crap! There are 49 people! There's 33 people watching me now! That's crazy! Crazy! Crazy talk. Good job, killing that Balrog. I did not expect you were gonna do it. I am turning 33 in 16 minutes. That's like 16, only double plus 1. I will be turning OX21 in hexadecimal. I will be turning OX33 in base 33. No, I will be turning OX1 in base 33. So there's that. Show me on the doll where the music touched you. Alright, I'm gonna run out of fuel. I got shot. Nope, that's it. I'm not gonna throw any more credits at you, game. Okay, so here's the situation. My mom and dad were gone on spring vacation. Something, my level of risk, and I don't know what I'm doing, and I'm reveling this. Here comes the body baby, bring it smooth and hot. Bring it, comes the body baby, bring it smooth and hot. I'm streaming on YouTube Gaming for coming on 19-20 months. I love the friendships I've built. I love everything that I'm able to do. If you're interested in hopping in and singing happy birthday to me, I'm gonna hop in the general voice channel right now in your YouTube Gaming chat. Or in your Discord chat, not YouTube Gaming chat. Hop in. So Discord is linked here, and yeah, we can do this. So right now I've got Baker hanging out in here as well as Leif. And I would love it if you were willing to hop in and say happy birthday. Hello, Kentantino. Thank you very much for being here. So yeah, hop to general. I'm gonna type these words here. Hop to general. Hop to general. Oh, I can't hear Carl. Carl, are you making noise? Can I hear anything? People who are in Discord, are you talking? Can you hear each other? And I can't? Okay, I can't hear anybody. I'm gonna hop out of Discord and hop back in. Give me 1 second. First of all, actually, I'm gonna open this. Wait, what? Alright, so give me a sec. I'm gonna try and see if I can figure out what's going on here. Like, usually I can listen to Discord, but apparently not. Oh, yeah, I bet Discord is configured to go to the wrong speaker set. Alright, give me a second. Load this, open this. Okay, I got a little speakers next to you thing, but I still can't hear you. So we open this. Audio? Voice. Hey, I can hear people now.
Yay.
Yay! Wow, you're all like, hey, I can hear you, and you're all like, woo, yay! Oh, it's my birthday.
Hi, everyone.
Happy birthday!
Marco.
Happy birthday.
Okay, that's all right. All right, so if you are interested, I guess I've got AWOL, I've got Baker, I've got Chris GC8, Icky with a V, Jose Angel, KCR, Leif, Oni Sarasusha, Proto Sam, The Green, Anol, and which is Emily, and Van the Man Helsing, and some others jumping in right now. Game Dojo's hopping in with a number one $2 donation. Thank you very much, Game Dojo. It is now my 32nd birthday. 33rd birthday. It was my 32nd birthday a while back, and yeah. So thank you all for being here. I appreciate it.
1.
2.
This is about to sound like holy shit.
So, are we singing Feliz Navidad? Or...
Yes, I think Feliz Navidad is the ideal thing to sing
Perfect.
on
Oh
birthdays.
my God, yes.
I don't know about you, but that's what I always sing. I go and I blow. Oh right, hold on. I have fire, and I think fire and alcohol is an excellent combination. So I have Donatello, who lost an eye. So we have a Donatello cupcake, and so you'll see this in the stream in a minute. And he's actually got a candle. So I'm gonna light the candle, and then we'll sing Happy Birthday. And I will eat Donatello and blow out the candle. So if you're willing, hop in, say Happy Birthday, and
that looks like Leonardo.
no, it's Donatello. Leonardo is the other one. See, look, I have Leonardo here. I have Donatello here. So yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna light the candle, and then you guys can sing Happy Birthday.
Perfect.
Those eyes are beautiful.
They are beautiful. He lost an eye, and that's not my fault. I mean, it is my fault, but it's not totally my fault. Okay, so now we can sing. So if you guys want to sing to me, feel free. Happy birthday.
Happy birthday.
to you.
Courtney.
Happy birthday to you.
Happy birthday, dear Chris.
Plays
Happy birthday to you.
All right, yay!
Clap, clap, clap.
Thank you all. I appreciate it. I appreciate everybody who's hanging out in the stream. I appreciate everyone who's hanging out in the Discord. I'm going to drop out because otherwise you get like super echoey everything. But thank you all for being here. Again, all Almighty, AWOL, Baker, Chris GCA, Icky with a V, Jose Angel, KCR, Leif, Oni Sarasusha, Proto Sam, The Green Anol, and anybody else who ever managed to be here. Thank you, and I appreciate it. And yeah, I'm going to keep streaming for another hour and a half. But yeah, there you go. Thanks.
Adios.
All right, so now I have to eat Donatello because Donatello's the best. Also, I will note that the candle in this cupcake is a car. So you know there is that. Oh man, look at all this alcohol. So this was one drink was Game Dojo, 2 drinks was Game Dojo, and now we got a Falcon Man drink. I feel like I put a drink in there. Thank you very much, Garrett K. And everybody else. Marco. I know who Marco is. Hold on. I gotta scroll up and find out Marco. I got Eric R here. Man, I gotta pee again. There's so much alcohol being drugged that I have to go to the bathroom all the time. It's crazy. Oh, wow. There's no more alcohol in this bottle. Okay, so this one was a... 5.1%, 500 milliliter bottles. This is only 16.9 ounces. 17 times divided by 2 is 9. So I'm up to 338 alcohol units according to my typical measurement. I appreciate it. Oh, Marco, the friend on Uptime. All right, hold on. I have to eat my cupcake. So one of the things that Mrs. CPG finds frustrating, of course, is that I dig vanilla cupcakes rather than chocolate. Van Helsing, honestly, you get credit either way. I appreciate everyone who hang out. Marco Polo. All right. So here's the thing. I'm gonna play another drone video for you. In particular, this drone video is going to be someone flying over or around AT&T Park in downtown San Francisco. I'm going to play this for you. I will be right back because I really have to pee again. And I will be right back and you can watch this in the meantime. This is late at night in San Francisco and probably silent. So I'll be right back. Okay. So that was quiet. It's the Mighty Lion! Fear my roar! Nightbot takes too long, but that's Mighty's fault. Not mine. It's actually Nightbot's fault. Okay. So... I'm trying to think. Apparently there's an Earthworm Jim on NES. Who knew? Gauntlet, Gradius, we played recently. I don't want to play Kid Nicky, Radical Ninja. MC Kids, I'm pretty sure was the McDonald's one that I played before. A few Poke Tetris we're not going to play. RBI Baseball. No, we're not going to do that. Baseball, the sports are so slow. Shinkajinju. Man, this is clearly the best game there is. Meow. 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 Okay. What the shiggity. This game is not making no. Is my headphones plugged in? Okay. Now they're plugged in. I got all the things. Oh right. I said I was gonna go into what's it called? I was gonna go into a mode where I did things. So we're gonna play some. Now we're gonna play some tunes, playlists. If you were a playlist, where would you be? You would be at youtube.com. Oh, someone threw money at me. Is live stream alerts gonna work or not? It is. Thank you with me. Drink. All right, this is the end. We got $2 here and $2 here. So we're gonna finish this out. Cheers. Okay. And so with that, Vicky, you got a favorite song? You want to hear me sing something? We're gonna, never gonna give you up, never gonna let you down, never gonna run around and desert you, never gonna say goodbye, tell a lie, never gonna tell us something, desert you. 6 a.m. day after Christmas. Throw some clothes on in the dark. Smell of cold. Car city's dreaming. The world asleep and I am young. GG, Mighty My Man. Look at that. It's in the thing. I can point to it. Look, there's Mighty.
Again, and
right?
you shall sing the circle of life.
There. It's the circle of life and it moves us all. Vicky didn't pick a song, so I'm gonna take away from this. Life lyrics. I don't know all the words to the circle of life, I don't think. But I will say this channel has 8,536 subscribers. Chris GC8. Oh my god. I don't know how. Alright, I need to play a different game. What's your favorite? I mean, I don't know. I don't want your favorite game. I want the game that I can play without failing miserably at it. Let's try this one. Whatever this one is. Best Play Pro something. It's Japanese only. I really need to filter this for just like NES games. Or, sorry, English games. Song! Right. My by Aha. Me? Take on Me by Aha. Alright, we'll do that. Let's play some Best Play Baseball. I am C. I don't know what these buttons are. Oh, all these people are people. Alright, so we're good. How do I go on? To you that can ever be done. Oh, I have to turn this up. Too much to take in here. More to find than can ever be found. But the sun rolling high through the sapphire sky, he's great and small on the endless round. It's a circle of life, and it moves us all through despair and hope. Love. Take care, and thank you very much. Happy birthday, or Eric, thank you very much for hanging out. Oh no, I need to help the first person. We'll play in the circle of life. Long instrumental type thing, according to the lyrics. AWOL, where's my beer? Did I screw up? Did I miss somebody's money? There was money. So here's the thing, like, if you're gonna throw money at me, throw it to me via super chat. I know that some people are like, oh, 30% super chat, but like, I like the thing showing up in chat. And so, like, if you can't, like, I get it, fine, whatever. Like, you don't have a credit card or whatever else like that totally makes sense. I turned off sound. I was like, why is all the sound quiet from this game? And the reason is because I turned off the sound while I was doing something else. So let's do that. Let's bring this back. Falcon Man, you do not need to apologize to me for enjoying myself, unless I screwed up in some place. There and home to boys and love. find our place in the path unwinding, in the circle of life. Alright, so now we got, what do we got? We got Take On Me lyric. So I will say, one of the things that is super cool about YouTube, right? Like, is that all these lyric videos, they're almost certainly not, like, authorized by the people who created these songs. And they still exist. And why is that? Because they get a chunk of money up from it. Because Content ID allows an open monetization program that allows people to upload videos that can be monetized and have all these other properties about them. And I love that. Like, you know, yeah, it sucks that copyright is such a fucked up thing. Oh, hold on. I gotta wait for the thing. Bugging away. I don't know what to say. Wait anyway. Today's another day to find you sing. Oh, shying away. I'll be coming over for your love. Take on me. Take on me. Take me. Oh, take on me. On me. Go. In a day or two. Now you're all like, oh my god, why am I doing that? I do sound like a corporate shill. So to be clear, I am a corporate shill. But yeah, so like, if you compare it to something like Twitch, like, yeah, maybe you can do this while you're live, and so on and so forth, but the VODs will never contain these things because, oh man. On me, take on me, I'll be gone. Take me on, sorry.
I was going to give you 20 Steam bucks, but if you only want 70% of what you can afford to, I better use up all my characters.
I'm out of alcohol.
Why is there a black
Did
heart?
you know that? Okay, so a smart CPG would say, given that I'm out of alcohol and I have added 100 alcohol units to myself, I should, like, instead of drinking more alcohol, drink more water, and then throw more water bottles. So I'm gonna go away in a minute. I'm gonna put on another drone video from my drone video history on Chris Plays Games' source channel, CR Schmidt, and then I'm gonna drink more alcohol. So Jose, thank you very much for that. $20. I appreciate it. I do. That $20, I like it. I like seeing the little number up there. To me, that $20 where you get your name displayed in front of everybody for a while is worth the 30%. Like, I know that this is not a thing. One of the things I actually found is that, so I asked at the VidCon, not VidCon, PAX East YouTube party, I talked to some people and I said, like, you know, you're excited about Super Chat, but do you know what cut Super Chat takes? And they were like, oh, well, it takes 50%, like ads. And I was like, no. They're like, oh, well, 55%. I meant the ads cut. And I was like, no. And they were like, wait, you mean it takes less than, like, more than that? And I was like, no, it takes less than that. And they were like, oh, that's great. And I'm like, you know, to me, someone who's, like, comparing to all these other services, I'm like, well, you know, practically speaking, you know, PayPal only takes 15%. And they were like, I don't care about that. Like, I compared to YouTube things. Like, I never had any donation service before. Oh, I totally forgot to, like, finish singing Take On Me. It was all the same song, though, so you heard how much I fucked it up to begin with, and I started telling a story instead. Anyway, Vicky with an I, or Icky with a B. So again, Icky with a B is going to be doing a stream on April 1st. You should subscribe to her, because I honestly, like, I know that she's like, oh my god, I suck. Don't subscribe to me, don't do anything else like that. But I loved Vicky's stream because she pays so much attention to streamers. She's been a moderator on YouTube Gaming, she's done all these other things, and so when she talks about, like, the people who join chat and are like, oh my god, what game is this? You know, whatever else like that. Like I'm just like, oh, Vicky, you're a woman after my own heart. Okay, so, but I do have to go and get more things. So in the meantime, you're going to get to watch, hold on, I have to find where Chrome is. Chrome is here. Oh, but I closed it. No, Chrome, come back. I love you. I don't really love you, but I sort of love you. You're my favorite browser that isn't, Safari. So there is that. Don't sub! Do not! We love Vicky! Icky with the V. Icky with the V is the best Icky that there is. Okay, so that's short, but maybe that's the right thing to play. Hold on. Oh, you're getting devoured. Oh, I have to switch to this. Be right back. I'm good. It's all right. The twins in the Facebook, the Vinkelvoss, Vinkel something Voss. I don't know what they're called. Jose, you gotta pick some songs. You earn like 3 songs, 4 songs. You want your dollar and Jose's dollar all in one money. Hello, John Peterson. Thank you very much for being in the Discord. Alright, I'm gonna open up the Aloha. No, I'm gonna open up the water. So open up the Aloha Vice. I'm gonna drink it. Here. I'm like, how can I figure out how long is left in this video? I'm trying to scroll over my live video, it doesn't work. Oh, new order. I did grab more beer, yeah, so I grabbed the Aloha Visa. I can't put button. Excuse me. Pick an NES game, by the way. Any NES game that isn't like a platformer or whatever. Something I can play for 5, 10, 20 minutes. I'm not gonna have alcohol poisoning. The Aloha Visa. So it says a mixed fermentation sour ale with pineapples. Because, you know, aloha. But in the meantime, I gotta first drink this water. I can't drink the beer until I drink the water. My top 3 favorite No Doubt songs. There you go. So let's pull up this thing. Hold on, where's the... God damn it. Buttons. I don't know how to button you. Wasn't I playing a thing earlier? Oh, was I just doing this? Was this where I did it? No Doubt. Alright, hold on. No... B is not N. No bout. No Doubt lyrics. Alright, hold on. I gotta finish Donatello. Donatello.
I like pink boxes better than orange boxes.
Dude.
Sorry, Jose. Happy birthday, CPG.
Alright,
I can't wait
Iron
to
Milk
see you
Kid,
tomorrow
Joe
or the
Blacko,
next
thank you very
day.
much for being here.
We're gonna have a great time drinking beer. Also, let me hear Bill Withers, Ain't No Sunshine.
Bill Withers. Okay, so Jose, we're gonna do Sunday Morning, and then we're gonna build Bill Withers something sunshine. Wait, what? You're gonna have actual lyrics? Okay, that's your lyric video is shitty. Okay, pick an NES game. Any NES game. If you like an NES game, now is your time to shout it out. Tell me what it is you love, and I will try and play it, because I'm just like randomly scrolling through games to pick things. I can play like Mega Man. Pathetic little me. That was the girl I used to be. Leaving me on my knees. I'd trade you places any day. Thank you very much. I am Gyrus. Way.
I felt
You
like
look
rounding
like
myself out
me
tonight.
on Sunday.
If the Rainbow Road
Never
allowed, I
heard
know.
of Gyrus. Let's try this out.
Anything
It was
to
US
pull up
only,
these
not
characters.
Japan, apparently.
I want my $1 back
Alright,
as a
so you
super
gotta remember
chat
for me,
sometime.
I owe a wall song after
One
Passé
day.
Strong, and I owe Leif song,
Any
which
day.
is like Rainbow Road. I don't know, is Rainbow Road a song? This day, without any warning, I knew you. Oh, I thought I knew you. Oh, I thought I knew you well. Well, this game is shitty. Like this is just so this is very similar to what was it called? The game that was like a vector game in arcades. But the problem is like you get to this point and it's like, oh, you have to change from your right button to your left button or continue moving in the right direction, which is silly. We're in the Raid Gamer 23. Thank you very much for stopping by, as well as Rainy Ravens. Very much thank you for the raid. I appreciate it. Oh, I do. Hold on, game is moving. Sorry, gaming is again. I changed it. It's all better now. I can't. Why can't I alt tab? Okay, there we go. Sunday morning. More in the gamer. Thank you for your subscription. Day without any warning, and I knew you. Oh, I thought I knew you. Oh, I thought I knew you well. But yeah, so as I said earlier, like $20, like $2 buys you me drinking more. I'm currently working on my water, so I'm working on, you're not looking like you used to. This game is Gyrus. You got to thinking something like this clear. Thank you for turning on the lights. Thank you. Now you're the parasite. I didn't think I had it in you. You got it looking like I used to. Yeah, so as SNES is a reasonable suggestion. I don't have all of the SNES games downloaded. So I have Genesis and NES. I have everything. But I don't actually have the Genesis emulator open, and I'm not actually sure I'm sober enough to open it, because I don't know what it's called. I think it's called Fusion. I use a Genesis emulator called Fusion, but SNES emulator, I don't actually remember the name of the Genesis emulator, and the SNES emulator I've downloaded, and I don't have all the games. So NES or Genesis are probably the easier choices at the moment, and I realize that I am drunk and I am sorry. I will owe you for future streams. And you can reach out to me on Discord and be like, hey, CPG, like, you owe me. You need to do an entire SNES stream on whatever game that it is that I picked, because I threw some money at you, and do that, but I have not. Cannot have me Sunday morning. Wait, keep it. I am living for the stream. Living for the stream. You are a lovely human being. And all I can do is say that if I could do things that just made Vicky happy, I would feel like I had succeeded in life. If everything I did was wrong, except for the things that Vicky said that I did that were right, I would say that I had been a successful person in my life. Because Vicky, she has this nature about her, and I totally understand that not everyone is gonna get it, but I look at it and I say, Vicky is my ideal. She is my rock, she is my bedrock, and that's all I've got. Okay, so show me on the doll where Chris touched you. I have to play what AWOL said. AWOL said, that's a thing, Bill Withers, Ain't No Sunshine. So I'm gonna type words in here. Bill Withers, Ain't No Sunshine, lyrics. And YouTube is gonna just tell me, like, here's a lyrics video for Bill Withers' Ain't No Sunshine. And given the number of dollars involved, I'm gonna concentrate. I'm gonna pull up. Oh, hold on. Shut up, video. You're not talking right now. Right now, I'm gonna go back to 3D Battles of World Runner because I'm pretty sure this is about as drunk as I'm gonna be able to open things that people ask me for. And so I'm gonna open this up and we're gonna see how bad I am on 3D World Runner compared to sober. And my guess is that 3D World Runner is one of those games. It doesn't matter if you play it whether you're sober or drunk. It's exactly the same. So we'll see how it goes. We'll see how it goes. Dogfish Head, Atwater, Vanilla Milk Stout. I don't like stouts at all. I did yell at YouTube. No, I didn't yell at a YouTube video. I yelled at the YouTube player for playing exactly what I asked it to. I do those things. I yell at the YouTube player all the time. Alright, Ain't No Sunshine When She's Gone.
Ain't no sunshine
When She's Gone.
It's not warm
When she's away. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone. Oh, when she's gone. Anytime she goes away. Wonder with her where she's gone. Luckily, I don't have to wonder that. Jess doesn't go any place I didn't know. She's gone to stay. I died. Ain't no sunshine when she's gone, when she's gone, when she's gone. Ain't no time she goes away. Fuck you, Circle Blob. I know, 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 I know. Whoa, God. When she's gone. Oh, come on. I deserve that.
Ain't
No sunshine when she's gone. I am like Bill Withers. Have you ever seen a young Bill Withers? Because I'm pretty sure that's what I look like.
Ain't no
Sunshine when she's gone. When she's gone.
anytime
She goes away.
anytime
She goes away.
anytime
She goes away.
anytime
She goes away. Anytime she goes away. Hey, well, thank you very much for the $50 super chat. I appreciate it. I'm appreciated of Jose Angel as well, who tossed in that $20 super chat, which I have not. All right, so now I finished. Like Bill Withers' "Lean on Me" is not a song I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do "No Doubt," "No Doubt." Spiderwebs. Spiderwebs is I think the next. Oh, I need a lyrics video with lyrics. There we go. Return of No Doubt has a nice set of songs. I don't actually know another, like a third No Doubt song. See, this is one of my skills, is I can implement the bass guitar like somebody else, nobody else. The chemistry's correct. I have no idea if those lyrics are playing to my ears, presuming I like what I hear. The web you're spinning for your prey. Caught me on home right now, caught me in the spider web, so leave a message and I'll call you back. The lacking story, but just leave a message and I'll call you back. Spinning what's mine, and yeah, you're taking up my time. Courage inside me to tell me, please let me be. Communication, a telephonic invasion. I'm planning my escape. Sorry, I'm not home right now. Call me in my spider web. message and I'll call you back. A likely story, but leave a message and I'll call you back. Leave, it's all your fault. I scream my phone calls. No matter who calls. I gotta scream my phone calls. Look, there's like, oh, you can't see it. There's like weird people in No Doubt that are on my screen at the moment. Because I searched for a lyric video for No Doubt, so apparently we need pictures of No Doubt. Otherwise, how could you know to take me in my sleep, in my unbecome nightmares, 'cause you're ringing in my ears. Home right now, you're walking in my spider web, just leave a message and I'll call you back. A likely story, but just leave a message and I'll call you back. I'll leave my phone calls and leave my phone calls. No matter who calls, I gotta scream my phone calls. Oh. Leave a message and I'll call you back. I'm walking in my spider web. Just leave a message and I'll call you back. It's all your fault. I scream my phone calls. No matter who calls. Scream my phone calls. So I can't even get to the end of World 1. So clearly. Carl Rom killed the orc. Well, Chronodog CC Gaming, another member of the Patreon crew on YouTube Gaming. Although as I mentioned that, it's probably likely that he's gonna realize like he's paying me money every month and he didn't realize it and be like, oh my god, what am I doing? But if you want to support me, patreon.com/ChrisPlaysGamesCPG is the place to go. Alright, that was 2 No Doubt songs. Cat Mario. Alright, Just a Girl. I'm just a girl and I liked it. Well, that's a Kiss I sing. Take this pink ribbon off my eyes. This pink ribbon off my eyes. I'm exposed and it's no big surprise. Don't you think I know exactly where I stand? This world is forcing me to hold your hand. And I'm just a girl loving me. So don't let me out of your sight. I'm just a girl loving me. Don't let me oh, I've had it up to here. That I stepped outside. So many reasons for me to run and hide. I hold so dear. It's all those little things that I feel. That I'm just a girl. Oh wait, I can't. Why? How do I jump? Oh, up. Hold on, I gotta search the thing. Just the girl lyrics. I don't know the lyrics to the song. Hey, this pink ribbon on my eyes. Wait, why are you? How do you? Can I make the song? I'm exposed, and it's no big surprise. with me to hold your hand. 'Cause I'm just a girl, but you don't love me. Well, don't let me out of your sight. I'm just a girl, already empty, so don't let me have any rights. Oh, I've had it up to here. The moment that I step outside, so many reasons for me to run and hide. And do those little things I hold so dear. It's all those little things that I fear. I'm just a girl. Don't let me drive late at night. 'Cause I'm just a girl. I'm kind of free. I'm just a What? Stars kill me? Fuck you, game! How do I have -5 lives? Oh! Alright, cool. I'm just a girl in the world. I'm just a girl in the world. That's all that you let me be. I'm just a girl living in captivity. Your love makes me worrisome. I'm just a girl. What's my destiny? What's wrong with you is making me numb. I'm just a girl. My apologies. What I become is so burdensome. That's such a bullshit apology. Girl, look at me. When I'm done, there's no comparison. And it's totally society that's making her say that. Like, oh, I'm just a girl. Like, I'm sorry that I, like, actually asked you for responses like you're a reasonable human being. Like, you fucker had it up to here. What the fuck is a foodler? I lost the game. Wait, why is Blake? No, Blake, I am confused. I think that, Blake, you got timed out by accident. I'm sorry. Alright, it's my life. I'm now or never. No, I gotta play the song. Alright, so, again, we're back to I'm out of beer again. How, like, seriously, is there no. Oh, here we go. I opened the other beer, but I didn't pour it yet. Alright, I was like, how did I run out of beer already? And the answer is that I haven't even opened this yet. I drank water, which was a smart decision, but now I have to open the Aloha Voice. So here we go. 50,000 new commands. AWOL, what the fuck is a foodler? I have a foodler. It's a thing. Oh, wait, where am I? Somewhere there's a thing that shows me what I'm showing you. Oh, there it is. I found it. It's over there. I have 2 monitors now. Did you know that Mrs. CPG bought me a second screen for my birthday? So I have 2 screens. I have a screen over there that has all this stuff on it, and I have a screen over here that doesn't have as much stuff on it. And look, I can pour beer on it. Boop, boop, boop. Whoop. I poured beer on my hand. It's alright. Not a problem. Nobody noticed. Until I mentioned it. And there's beer all over my arm. But that's relevant. There's another beer over there, I think. This is a Maynard Weiss. So we've got this to go to too. When we get there. You can't see any of my monitors. I mean, I guess you can. Look, watch. Here. 2 monitors. Got one over here. One over here. And there's you guys. There's AWOL up at the top. $. Cheers. Hey, Wall, you may lose a wrench for that. That's not an acceptable use of the timeout functionality. Okay. So my monitors don't normally have this much stuff on them except when I'm streaming, when they have all this stuff on them. You just donated $4. You did? Hey, you knew that. The thing popped up, right? Did you give me 2 songs? If you give me 2 songs, I don't know what your other song was. Hold on. I have to look back at the thing. I have a dashboard. The dashboard should tell me this. Tub Thumper. Cat Mario's pretty loud. Yeah, no, I totally agree. Vicky, I think I did totally miss that. But yeah, Tub Thumper is the thing we can do. What we're gonna do first, before we do Tub Thumper, is that we're going to play the drum video so I can go to the bathroom. Sorry. I know that I'm a disappointment to all of you. Oh, I have to switch to the YouTube video mode.
Morning, I'm Christopher Schmidt.
I'm Christopher Schmidt, and this is your 2 minutes of truth.
So
this is
yesterday,
my. Why do
YouTube
I
did a
have
large
this is
scale
my
sub
video?
purge.
This
The
should be
sub purge is a colloquial term that many of us YouTubers use to refer to the fact that YouTube.
All right, so this is my neighborhood. No, that's a bad thing. Why is that not in its playlist? Be in your playlist,
Morning,
stupid
I'm
game
Schmidt, and this is your 2 minutes
or
of
thing.
truth.
I'm sorry. I know that everything is terrible. All right, where's the thing? I want that. I want to do the aerial videos. Aerial videos. I have 40 videos in the aerial videos playlist. So here, have a video of me harassing boaters on the Charles River. OBS says you are not on this yet. What? No, I'm in the wrong video. There you go. I'll be right back. May not have any sound on this video. Anyway, I'll be right back.
Dropkick Murphys kiss me, I am shit faced.
Wrenched for sure. All right. Why can't it be Chris's birthday every weekend? I mean, it could be Chris's birthday every weekend if the way that you describe Chris's birthday is an awesome live stream. But in order to have that happen, someone would have to pick which game I played. So we're gonna play some Jaws right now, but I don't know if that's a good game. Fuck this hat. Go away, hat. Oh, it landed in a bowl of water, but that's okay. Yeah. So Vicky, you said Tub Thumper. Is that right? There, we're done. Oh, I scrolled down. I'm sorry. You didn't even get. You got like half of a video for like the last. I don't know. Hey, now you're an all-star. Get your game on. Go play. Hey, now you're a rock star. Get the game show on. Get paid. Let's play some Tub Thumper. No, let's play some Jaws. We're in the newest version of Jaws, and we're gonna singing when they're winning. And they singing. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna take me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna take me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna take me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. kissing the night away. Oh, it's pissing. Pissing the night away. He drinks a box drink. He drinks a whiskey drink. He drinks a cider drink. He drinks a lager drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the good times. He sings the songs that remind him of the better times. Oh, Danny boy, Danny boy, Danny boy. I get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked out, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. It's not Donnie Tiny Boy, it's Danny Boy. Pissing the night away. He drinks a whiskey drink. He drinks a cider drink. He drinks a cider drink. He drinks a cider drink. He sings the songs that remind him of the good times. He sings the songs that remind him of the best times. Oh, I'm sorry, Capital Delay.
What
This
would
one,
nervous
I'm
kiss
sorry.
on me and shit face? Take 2.
I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. Is that like a trumpet? I guess I should play trumpet. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. You're never gonna keep me down. I get knocked down, but I get up again. We do need a bigger boat. We're gonna need a bigger boat. Cheers. Oh, Jacob Raid, better hell, Neil Wolfwood, Neil Wolfwood X, I don't know, words are hard. Always Awakening. I feel like we had 3 hours of Always Awakening music just recently. Okay, so we said Dropkick Murphys. So, I mean, really, AWOL, if that's what you want, like, you've paid the bill, you've paid your, I've paid my dues, I've served my time, I've committed no sentence, I've committed no crime, ain't no bed of roses, but I've made a few. I something that I've gotta lose. Let me go on and on and on and on. But so it's kind of up to you. My camera's a little bit high. Hold on, I gotta adjust it downward. Hello, everybody who's here. Thank you very much for being here. Jacob Raid, Fanatic Gamer, John Harper, Fat Hell, Neil Wolf, and Popstar Art. Thank you for being here.
We're
Playing in Chelsea and France. I will mean guitar and then score at the bar. There's a line of chicks waiting for their chance. Come on now, honey, I'll make you feel pretty. The other gals mean nothing to me. Let's finish these drinks and be gone for the night. I'm more than a handful, you'll see. So kiss me on shit face. I'm soaked round, soiled, I'm brown. This is trousers, she kissed me, and I only brought her 1 round.
can bench press a car. I'm an ex-football star with degrees from both Harvard and Yale. Girls just can't keep up. I'm a real love machine. I've had far better sex while in jail. I designed the Sears Tower. I make $2,000 an hour. I cook the world's best duck flambe. I'll take the best of the litter. Girls jockey for me. I don't need these lines to get laid. So kiss me, I'm shit-faced. I'm soaked, I'm soiled and brown. In the trouser. She kissed me, and I only bought her one round. I'm a man of the night, a real lady's delight. See, my figure was chiseled from stone. One more for the gal, then I'll escort her home. I'm last call, I'm never alone. I have a house on the hill with a red one in her bed that puts you Hefner's mansion to shame. With girls by the pool and Italian sports cars, I'm just here in this dump for the game. So kiss me, shit me, I'm soiled and brown in the trousers. She kissed me, and I only bought her one round. So kiss me, I'm shit-faced, I'm soiled and brown in the trousers. She kissed me, and I only bought her one round. Oh, fuck it. Who am I shitting? I'm a pitiful sight.
I'm a pitiful sight, and I ain't all that right. I'm definitely not chiseled from stone.
I'm a cheat
and
a liar. No woman's desire. I'll probably die cold and alone. But just give me a chance, cause deep down inside, I swear I got a big heart of gold. I'm a monogamous man, no more one night stand. Come on, honey, let's take it home. So kiss me, I'm shit-faced, I'm soiled and proud.
The trouser, she kissed me, I'm only bought her one round. So kiss me, I'm shit-faced, I'm soaked, I'm soiled and proud. The trouser, she kissed me, and I only bought her round. Take care, Jacob. Thank you very much for the happy birthday stream. Great to have you here. I'm happy to have you here. I'm like, fuck Jaws. Everyone's playing ice hockey now. Like, that's clearly like Jaws, only with more things that aren't Jaws. Like, I mean, really. She kissed me, but I only bought her one round. Oh, kiss me. I'm soiled, I'm proud. But the trousers, she kissed me, but I only bought her one round. Thank you very much, Megadan. I'm happy to have you here. So technically speaking, I'm the Chris Who Plays Games, even without the hat, and I am happy to have people here. I play retro games every Monday at 9:15, whatever the fuck I feel like, at Friday at 9:15, and tonight we're doing a birthday stream because it's neither Monday nor Friday, and $2 buys you more drunkenness from me, and whatever the fuck you want me to sing, I will sing. So thank you very much, Icky with a V, for shouting out these other things. Cow Jizzle, thank you very much for that suggestion of Kiss Me, I'm Shit-Faced. And yeah, you can join in the fun. People are shouting outside my house. Why are you shouting? Stop! I think people are shouting outside my house. I do still have a Leonardo There's a Leonardo. I think. Can you see that? Oh yeah, you look at that. See, the cool thing about 2 monitors is I can see that you can see that that's Leonardo. Wow, Leonardo. His eyes are a little bit whoop, but whatever. Where are you? Oh, I found the people. There's the people across the street. I can see like 8 of. Oh, there's a party across the street. I didn't invade the party. No, it's not. Look, you won't be able to see this, but look, I'm gonna do this anyway. So across the street is the house of the anarchists, and yeah, you won't be able to see this. Hold on, I'm gonna try this 1 second. Wow. Yeah. So there's a group of people standing on the steps right there who are laughing, and through the window you can probably see there's a bunch of people in the anarchist house, and they're all laughing because there's a party. And I wasn't invited, so you know, like that's all there is to it. I mean, really, if it's a party I'm not invited to, is it really a cool party? I think the answer is pretty clear. No. Oh, maybe I was invited. Oh, I bet that's what that Facebook invite was. Oh, all right. But yeah, so the anarchist house across the street. Where did my head go? There's somewhere. I got my controller. Oh, there it is. I'm good. Woo! My party's actually across the street. Don't they know it's my birthday? They might not. Hold on, I'm gonna try something real quick. I'm gonna open my window and I'm gonna tell people it's my birthday, and I'm gonna see if they say happy birthday. Oh, they all left. There's a whole bunch of people who just left, but I'm gonna try this anyway. Just a second. Brian! Oh no, he's not listening. Oh, they're going back inside. There's not many people. All right, I tried, but I lost. Take care. Thank you very much for Megadan for hanging out. Benz, Jimmy, Jasmine, whatever. Ooh, so there's monitors. Look at, like, with 2 monitors, I'm like super brightly lit. I'm like, woo! Look at how brightly lit I am. I'm super. Bohemian Rhapsody. If you gotta make me sing Bohemian Rhapsody, you gotta pay me $2. Like, Bohemian Rhapsody is a long song with a lot of words. That's what I've learned. And so yeah, so there's no one outside, but the next time there's a group outside, I'm gonna shout at people and be like, tell me it's my birthday. Give me something to do. I knew there was a party tonight. I totally got an invite to this party. Just mentioned it to me. And I was like, no, we're not going. Because they're all young. It's so hard to... Alright, hold on. I'm going to open it over here. One fetish... Is this the right party? Yeah. On the fetish character of music and the regression of listening. This is the party that is going on across the street, across, like, tonight. That's what's going on. So here's... Apparently an item to bring is silly string. So yeah, here's the party I'm missing across the street. Is this one. There we go. So on the fetish character of music and the regression of listening. So I'm missing that. I mean, I will say there is that. Where's your Rainbow Road? Rainbow Road, is that a song? Leif, you are 100% correct. I failed to do something for you. Rainbow Road lyrics. The song? I can't tell. No, don't search Facebook. What am I doing? Okay, I was born a dirt poor man. Is this what I'm supposed to be singing? Also, if you have other NES games I should play, I don't think I'm sober enough to open anything other than NES, but come and hear the legend of a magic land. No, I'm supposed to sing, I mean, Leif is right. I know of the song. Some men say it's better than heaven. A place of joy and perfection. it's another platformer. Everyone who goes there. I've actually done a full Felix the Cat stream before. Falls upon their knees. Falls upon their knees. Because no one would ever believe it. Until the first time they see it. All of its beauty. On Rainbow Road you can fly at the speed of light. It's hard to hear me? Okay, that's fine. I guess, oh yeah, no, it's totally loud. Happily without a care. On Rainbow Road you'll be zooming across the nighttime skies. Thank you very much, AWOL. I appreciate that. Let's do some Donkey Kong. Sorry. I think I fixed it. If you think I didn't fix it, let me know. Thank you very much, Benz, for hanging out and for having a good time. Earth Below a Gleam. They instill great sense of freedom. What? Oh, I have to hit start. I was like, why is it not doing a thing that I do? Other than a dream. Stars surround us. Spaceships, planets too. In the end, all these sights, they always astound us. And all the wonders around us. Oh no! How did I just fall off it? On Rainbow Road, you can fly at the speed of light or fall off the edge. Happily without a care. On Rainbow Road, you'll be zooming across the nighttime skies. Something. Oh, come on. Thank you very much, Countessel. I'll toss that in. Just close your eyes. And here's your $2 drink.
Galactic Nurses, Dirty Glass.
Oh! Have you your own verses? Post them in the comments. I don't think that's gonna work. How did I die again? Have you great singing voice? Post your video response in the comments. That's clearly outdated. Okay, Dirty Glass. Alright, so Leif, I still owe you a song if I still owe you a song, but you gotta tell me what the fuck it is, because that's all I found. Dropkick Murphys, Dirty Glass, lyrics. I try, Cowdizzle, I try. I mean, I'm not gonna say I'm perfect, because Leif, like, clearly did not get the song he was asking for. Hey, darling dear, I've hung for the night and day. Your pain was my pleasure, your sorrow my joy. It's clear now I've lost your health and good cheer. Dropkick Murphys, of course, are the canonical Boston band, especially around the 4th of July, or St. Patrick's Day. Their basis in Boston is perhaps a bit overblown. I don't actually know, but I feel like they're a hipster Boston band. So I tell someone, like someone who listened and couldn't care, with the nonsense on the chair. Tons of beer, I fell for you, my darling dear. And show me to the door. It's always telling, like begging for more. I showed you a kindness, a stool, and a plate. Poured me my plate. Left me bloody, battered for Right to the door. Oh, fuck you. Good idea. Well, you bit off more than you can chew the first day you met me. So Dying cream, whiskey, penis pills, find some beer. I fell you, or feel my dying deer. Mister, you won't be the last. I know all about your past. Oh fuck! You're on the call. You spent most of your time in the bathroom stall. You got him high, but you left him low. Good old business, boys. How was I to know he was just a fiend and a no good cheat? Well, that's all I last, bitch, cause now I got it beat. Crying here, pinch of beer. I fell for you, my darling dear. Darling dear, you crying here. My beer doesn't give beer. So you're saying Dropkick Murphys are not hipster Boston band? I feel like Dropkick Murphys are like the canonical, like, you don't know anything about Boston band. The hat is gone. The hat got tossed across the room. Jay Kraken! My friend, my nigga. Oh wait, that's the wrong thing to say. I did it again! Never say that, white boy. Never ever say that. I am sorry. Oh, fun dear. Darling dear, you left me dying crying here. You lived in pints of beer. I love you, left you darling dear. Alright, go down, fire. There we go. Darling dear. Alright, guest singer Lisa Graves, video by Geekin Stink Breath 23. I do it! It's a mistake! I made this mistake like last stream! Oh shit, I'm out. I mean, if I were like the typical like idiot, you know, who was not willing to admit his mistakes, I think that would be well deserved. I think any white guy who uses the term nigger, it deserves to be like reasonably eschewed from public society, and I include myself in that. The fact that I say these things when I'm trying to be like cool is stupid, and it's a thing that I've done several times recently, and I still haven't learned my lesson, and I beat myself up for it because it is fucking stupid. Like, it is not a term that you just use. It's a term that like has real meaning, and for me to use it in the way that I do is offensive and inappropriate. And like the only defense that I have is at least I acknowledge that I am being offensive and inappropriate in part because I'm drunk and in part because I'm just an idiot. Like, I can be an idiot and the same way that anyone else can be an idiot. You can be an idiot and make mistakes. I don't necessarily think that, you know, you need, like, no one is perfect. Especially me. Like, I'm far from perfect. But I definitely, like, no one is perfect, and if someone's willing to admit that they're imperfect and admit that they make mistakes, they deserve a little bit of credit. Not nearly as so much as I give myself, because, you know, we all know I'm perfect, but not in this case. Like, I fucked up, and I deserve to be, you know, beat about the head for it. Where the fuck are all these fireballs coming from? I just need to clear, like, 2 little things so I can get Donkey Kong to fall, and here I am, like, where are all these fireballs coming from? That's what I want to know. Die, fireball. How about that? I just need to have that last fireball stay, like, over there. There we go. Oh no! Oh no! No, not Digger. That's a different thing. Does Cowdizzle have a command? I didn't even know. Alright, so I didn't even beat the first level. Okay, so I did actually have an invite to the party across the street on the fetish character of music and the regression of listening. Many people, a surprising number, wear whatever you want, wear nothing, wear something. The house is a safe space, no jerks. It's Val's birthday! Val, it's your birthday! Val, it's also my birthday. I should have gone across the street. Oh well, I'm streaming instead. My brain is so full of fuck right now. Fuck you, chat errors. Use not gaming. If you don't use chat gaming, if you use www.youtube.com, there's no errors anymore. My hat, I don't know. There it is. I found it. It's on the floor. Okay, more beer. Cheers. Okay. All right. So if I owe you a song and I haven't sung it, I forgot. Remind me. I mean, it's only a little bit in water. It's the cat's water bowl. So it was like on the edge. I think I could put it back on. It would be okay. But yeah. The cat who drinks from this water bowl will never forgive me for anything, so that's a lost cause. This is my daughter's cat, Ichabod, and his approach is to just pee on everything. So you know we're kind of in a ruined position to begin with. Regular YouTube chat is all white. It's true, but it doesn't have the like 30% of your messages give you errors approach. So, Wheeler Walker, fuck you, bitch. Wheeler Walker, fuck you, bitch. The lyrics. I think YouTube has decided to not give me. Okay, here we go. Recommendations for that.
Wheeler Walker, fuck you, bitch.
Modern Warfare 3 now? No, you must bust a flow. Oh, okay. Hi. Just another guy
spending all his time writing some generic rhymes and posting them online for attention and likes all day. I got no life. I should fly like a flying kite. That was just went there. Ask me if I care. I'm dirtier than Kern Fair. Oh shit, stay nowhere. In my band, now I got this mic in my hand. Your music is bland. I go like I'm a name brand. I'm tied to see ya. Wrote songs like I got lyric diarrhea. Roll you up nice and tight like a butter tortilla. Now I'm burning your ass like I'm burning all these pizzas.
You talk all this shit, acting like you can spit. You can out-rap me, then fucking do it. Bang, bang, pow, that's how it goes down when
AC3's going up, you going down, clowns. Bitch, you dump your clique. All fake MCs can suck my dick. You rhyme just scary. The whole fake heavy lyric. Okay, your Christmas. Dictionary. Fuck your clique. All marked to your arms get scary. You're a big whole dictionary. Merry Christmas faggots. Here's a fucking dictionary.
Hip hop is dead, and I am one of the saviors. That's why I act out with such obscene behavior. I'm
a nice guy, but I could be very evil. I like to fight kids, elders, and blind deaf people.
Saw this kid
playing in a McDonald's play place, so I crawled up the slide and kicked him in the face. Saw this dude skating, so I knocked him to the ground. Curb stomped him, then I threw a skateboard on the canal.
Yeah, I know I'm a dick all day, every day. You
talk shit on Facebook, try it to my face. I know you won't cause you the balls. I'll leave a print of your fake and a brick wall.
Wow.
Hollywood United sucks, whatever. Come on, emo friends, say my taste is better. You better shit on Facebook all damn day. Compare your music to mine, you all be left with nothing to say.
Fuck you, bitch, and
fuck your clique. All MCs can suck my dick. Your rhyme scheme is scary. Their horrible vocabulary. Merry Christmas faggots is a dictionary.
Fuck you, bitch, and fuck your clique. All you fake
I love you, Icky with me! Again, Icky with me will be streaming on April 1st. She'll be playing some Oregon Trail as well as everything else. So hop in, watch her. Make sure you subscribe to Icky with a V. I know she says don't, but and I respect that for what it is. But yeah. All right, I think that was the song that Cow Dizzle asked for. It's not the right song. All right, we gotta try again. There's no lyrics video for this. This is what you sung.
Say we're done. You packed up your stuff.
had enough. There's one thing I'd like to say before you leave. Hey. Fuck you, bitch. You broke my heart. Fuck your friends, tearing us apart. Fuck your dog, hope he never comes home. Fuck you, bitch, hope you wind up alone.
Why does this not have no CC? It should.
Now you're gone, and I'm by myself.
You can pick another song, Cal, if you want one.
Working on
I did look. I will say that's what like the reason I came up with that other shitty song is something entirely different. Is because that's what it came up when I searched for lyrics. So
fuck
you bitch, I like your song. Something bitch. I don't know long.
Fuck your dog, hope he never comes home. Fuck you, bitch, hope you wind up alone.
Oh, add to pour beer again. Thank you all for being here, by the way. I know that I'm a nobody. Nothing special. But I appreciate that I've been able to build a community of people who enjoy being. And so, you know, Cowdizzle and AWOL and Chris GCA and everybody else who are, you know, in my community and are here regularly and everything else like that, I appreciate it. I appreciate being here, and I appreciate it.
Fuck you, bitch.
All right.
You broke my heart. Fuck your friends.
I'm not that special. I mean, it's what it is, right?
Fuck your dog.
Hey, you all enjoy being here. You all enjoy spending time with me, and that's fine. But it's not. All right.
Regulators.
Regulators.
Any stealing of his property.
Wait, where's the lyrics? You said the lyrics. Where is your lyrics, you bitch?
Gotta be handy with the steel if you know what I mean. Earn your keep.
Oh, this one. Girls go no what? Wait, 213. Wait, that's 21. Alright, hold on. Let's try again.
Know what I mean? Earn your keep.
I've heard the song, but I don't know the lyrics. I will admit. I'll tell you. Oh man. Where do I play so fine to consume some skirts for the eve? So I got some fun. Rolling in my ride, chilling all alone. Of the LBC on a mission trying to find Mr. Warren G. Saw a car full of girls, ain't no need to tweak. All you girls know what's up with the 213. The guy said, what's up? Some brothers pull some guts, so I said, I'm stuck. I can't read this. Jack, I'm breaking myself. I can't believe they're taking Warren's wealth. With my rings, I took my Rolex. I looked at my brother and said, damn, what's next? Pound for pound, and come what loves the down. Bound. I can't believe this happening in my own town. If I had wings, I could fly. Let me contemplate. I glance in the cut and I see my homie Nate in the clip, and I'm one in the hole. Nate Duggan's about to make some body turn cold. Late. Nate Dogg and Warren G had to regulate. The lyrics just show a giant ... in this part, so I assume that this is not a part that has a lot of lyrics. smell the busters, the flow. Now I'm switching my mind back to freak mode. I want skirts, then I observe. I left a gig of them over there on the curb. There's no fact. Before I got jacked, I was on the same track of the back of and then went to the double G. In the same spot and use some of the desperate help the Nate dog and the day child were in need of something. Ooh, I like your size. Walls broke down and let me ride. We got a car full of girls and it's going real swell. The next stop is the East Soap Motel. It's the East Side Motel. Stereo funk on a whole new level. This one is bust chords, strings, G-funk, where rhythm is life, and life is rhythm. It's the G-funk era, funked out with a gangster twist. The high like every day, and yet sure Aston a buster. 213 will regulate. Ah! Alright, that was not super good because I'm not super good at rap. I'm sorry. Mega Man Head, I lost it. He's coming to Cambridge! He's gonna see me. We're gonna have an AWOL plus whatever. So AWOL, I'm not drinking on Monday. So if you want to stop by on Monday and do a stream, like hang out and say hi to the stream, Monday is gonna be your night. And if you want to see AWOL, there's maybe a chance that I will convince AWOL that he should stop by on Monday night and say hello. Okay, so what do you think? Like right now, I'm like super brightly lit, but just by my monitors. You think that's like you think that's a good look for me? What do you think? Give me some thoughts. All right, so if you want, god damn it. What time is it? Oh my god, it's 1:30 in the morning. All right, I don't feel too bad about dropping you into another CPG video stream. CR Schmidt. I wonder if like YouTube search just pops that up. I do. There I am. There I am. There's me. And you got some words. Don't listen to what's going on now. I'm gonna give you a better thing. Where? What? Wait. Whoa, there. This. You like the writing right now? Milk stouts. I hate stouts. Stouts are terrible. Okay. So watch when my drone crashed into things. And it's not my drone. Somebody else's drone. This is 31 minutes later. So this is a friend of mine's drone, and he but yeah, so he got his drone stuck in a tree, and it was not my fault. It was entirely his fault. And so you can see we actually did get out of the tree. We bought a small piece of metal that we could fling over a tree branch, and we were able to shake it loose, combined with a piece of like 50 meter parachute cord. So drone footage of a drone. That is correct. Yeah, so we did have drone footage of a drone. So we have in this case, this is my drone filming my friend's drone. This is an Iris Plus, and of course I have the Phantom SC40, aka the Phantom 1, that is hanging out here. So that's how we filmed that. And since this was in 2015, my guess is that I did actually have the GoPro at that point. So if we can actually double check this by looking and seeing that this is a 1080p stream, again on the CR Schmidt channel. So my goal was basically to like try and like hover over this thing and like shake it loose by you know, flying over it. Unfortunately, it was not that loosely in. So anyway, you can teach me to pour beer, AWOL. That might be a good deal for everybody involved. All right, let's get back. Why is did I turn off the sound from Nintendo? Oh, is someone getting out of their Uber? I bet someone's getting out of an Uber in front of our house. Yo, a striker. I don't know what a striker is. So that's the thing you've got going on. Wait, why? Did I unplug these again? I did. God damn it. I hate it when I do that. Hold on. Plugging myself back in. Alright. AWOL. I can also teach you to board beer. Yeah, you said you only come on stream if we go beer shopping together. So I go beer shopping at Formaggio Kitchen, which is a gourmet food shop in Cambridge. If you want to go shopping, I will happily take you out to Formaggio on Monday night. Mrs. CPG will probably be a little bit cranky at me, but we'll work it out. So this is again the Aloha Visa, the pineapple beer. And AWOL, I'm 99% sure you will find something at I think you will find something at Formaggio you will enjoy. They have a salmon. I don't know. They have a lot of weird cookie things. Anyway. Okay, so thank you all for being here. One, let's just be clear. Like, I love having people here for my birthday. I have enjoyed the raids. I've enjoyed the community. I've enjoyed everything about tonight. Thank you, Stat and King Gaming, especially for stopping by and reminding me that, like, I'm not just a nobody anymore. Salmon cookies. No, so here's the thing. Like, Formaggio Kitchen has an extensive cheese situation. I don't know what you call it. Cheese cellar. They have an extensive cheese cellar. They also have an extensive bakery. Whether they have salmon, I honestly don't know. But my assumption is that any place that has like an extensive cheese cellar and everything else like that is going to have a reasonable selection of or at least some availability of salmon. And maybe this is wrong. Maybe there's like just no truth in that, and I am completely extrapolating from limited biases to an extent that isn't true. But Formaggio Kitchen does have a cheese cellar. Mrs. CPG has been in it. I have not. Because I don't know what, like, you know, cheese A is versus cheese B. Of course, All-in-One Mighty, who is a big French guy, knows how good cheeses look. And I'm just like, I don't know, cheese is like a cheese. Gaming Lawyer! Okay, so, Gaming Lawyer, every time Gaming Lawyer is here, we have to do a very special thing. I guess it's not very special because we do it every time, but we're gonna do it anyway. Game, you need to be quiet. Have you ever learned how to be quiet before? Because now is the time for you to be quiet. Go away, Game. I don't like you. But we're going to do something very special. I set this up every time I stream just so that we can be prepared for when Gaming Lawyer comes. You know, Talons of Justice. Caw. Here's.
Brian Wilson, Texas Lawhawk. Brian Wilson.
The Texas Lawhawk. Brian Wilson.
Talons of Justice.
Caw!
Due process.
Do wheelies. It's hot out here. Brian Wilson, El Jacon de la Ley, the Texas Lawhawk. So yeah, Gaming Lawyer uses the Texas Lawhawk as his sub notification, and like Gaming Lawyer, I also accept that I may be violating copyright in order to do so. By the way, this is Leonardo. Leonardo is the blue Ninja Turtle, and I'm gonna eat him. There we go. I'm a little teapot, short and a stout. You don't have any special cheeses? How do you have any semi-special cheeses? I mean, really, like, if you don't have any semi-special cheeses, then really, are you a sufficiently rich person? I don't know. Monster Bunny, thank you very much for stopping by and saying happy birthday. I appreciate it. I'm a big fan of people saying happy birthday to me. And really, I'm a big fan of people saying anything to me because I am a super narcissist and I love it. So thank you very much for stopping by. I appreciate it, and I appreciate you. Thank you. Thank you. Alright, you know what, Green Dude? I want to shoot you and make you go away. I should turn on my sound again. Thank you very much, Cow Dizzle. Have a good night. I got this game going on. It's got some Mega Man in it. There's still over 30 people watching. I mean, I can't even account for that. My guess is that you know, there's only like 6 people who actually care. But, you know, showing up for my birthday counts even if you don't care. If you don't like me and you show up for my birthday anyway, then more power to you because, you know, you're a special person. Again, $2 will get me to drink more, will also get me to sing more. So if you have a song that you want me to sing, throw $2 at me and I will sing whatever the fuck you want me to sing. Yeah, I don't know. I'm so silly. It's so hard for me to, like, you know, square a sense of success with anything else. You know, I feel like I look at these at my numbers and I'm like, yeah, well, I had 15 people watching me, but it doesn't matter. So happy birthday, Creekcraft! It's good to see you, Creekcraft. I'm happy to see you, the Mystic God, Gamer Girl 55, as everybody else like that. I will not sing that. I've already, like, acknowledged my failure in this direction, and I'm not gonna like walk in and do more in that vein. Gamer Girl, thank you very much for subscribing or for stopping by in that raid. I am assuming that Creekcraft was like, hey, check out this guy Chris Plays Games, he's a beautiful man. I suck at this game. Pick an NES game or maybe a Sega. I can try and launch my Sega emulator. I could do that. So if you have an NES or Sega game that you would like me to play, now is your opportunity to request that from me. Now, anything you want to be doing, anything. Why do these enemies have brooms? Because they're sweepers. Thank you very much for the Mystic God for that subscription. I appreciate it. Alright. Cheers. I don't know what my favorite game is. Okay, so my favorite games are Mega Man 3, which is what I'm playing right now. And and Super Mario 3. And the problem is that I'm too drunk to play either of them. I'm all out of liquor. How can you be all out of liquor? I have so much liquor in my house. Like, people, you should come over and you should play some Mega Man. Oh wait, hold on. Let me turn back on. How do I there's a thing here where I turned off sound so that I could sing a song. But yeah, so the rule tonight is $2 tips get me to drink more and also get me to sing whatever song you want. So if you want me to sing a song, now is your chance. Because I'm doing the thing. You have been, Nevik Mick, I agree. Mistakes were made. I mean, anytime you run out of alcohol in your house, I would say that mistakes were made. I have a lot of alcohol in my house. I mean, like, licking her is a different situation that I will perhaps keep less work safe, but, alright, come on. Snake, you're gonna die. That's right. See? Look, I killed the snake. I'm drunk. I'm so drunk. Oh, God. AWOL, by the way, you have, like, 17 opportunities to get me to sing a song. No, 25, technically. So, like, feel free to throw that song out there. So, there you go. James Baker, I don't know what you're saying whoa what to, but if you give me more details, I will give you more answers, because, wow, I can slide! Have you ever slidden as Mega Man? I have. It happens in Mega Man 4, 5, and 6, but not in Mega Man X, because Mega Man X is actually a completely different Mega Man. His name is X. And I didn't realize that for a long time, but he can wall jump instead of sliding, so there you go. Tap out! No, I'm not tapping out. There's no one else to tap into. Mrs. CPG is asleep, and we're just gonna keep going on this. Nicholas, thank you very much. I appreciate you hanging out. I appreciate you saying hi, and thank you for being part of the CPG squad. For you and everyone else who's here tonight, and for those who subscribe newly or anything else like that. Again, I play retro games every Monday at 9:15, whatever the fuck I feel like every Friday at 9:15. Today is the day I turned 33 years old. It's 1:40 in the morning, and god damn it, I should not be this bad at Mega Man. I can beat this game in an hour and a half when I'm sober, and as a drunk CPG, I'm like, no, let's just die over and over again to the easiest part of the levels. Like, let's just fail to jump over like obvious pits, and let's do everything else like that. So it's good. It's good. Okay, Proto Sam is saying things. X is awesome. I don't like wall jumps. Mega Man has the ability to slide. He does not have the ability to wall jump. So, all your music is lyricless? Really? Alright, well, I mean, like, any song that has a lyrics video on YouTube, I'm willing to sing. I don't need, like, anything advanced, but if you can link me the lyrics on YouTube, I will sing it, my friend. But that's because AWOL threw, of course, $50 at me earlier, along with Stat and Jose Angel, and Lucy Cell and others, Snap the Cat, all threw $20 each at me on YouTube Gaming, or on various donation platforms earlier today. So thank you very much for all of you for doing that, for giving that care to me, for everything else that you do. Oh, I'll be gone till November. Okay, hold on. I have to figure out how to turn off the sound. I said to click this button, and I click this button, I click this button, and I click OK. Okay, good. All is well. And then I click on this, and I click Wyclef Jean. Gone till November. Lyrics. I'll be gone. I love this song. This song is so like heartfelt.
And your girl gets this message. You ain't
come back. But the lights are off. She's come in. Voice says pow.
In the middle of the night, and this is what I told her for you.
Every time I make a run, girl, you turn around and cry. I ask myself why, oh why? See, you must understand, I can't work a 9 to 5, so I'll be gone till November. Said I'll be gone till November, I'll be gone till November. You told my girl I'm gonna go on till November. January till November, I'll be gone till November. You told my girl I'm gonna go on till November. January, February, March, April, May. I see a girl, but girl I can't say. I'll be gone till November, I'll be gone till November. And give a kiss to my mother. When I come back, there'll be no need to cry. I'll have enough money to fly out to glide. We're gone till September. Up in school still in September. He wears condom. He wears condom. He won't be married mom. Oh ho ho ho. You sucker NBC, you got no flow. Style you so time I make her run. Girl, you turn around and cry. I ask myself why, oh why? See, you must understand, I can't work on 9 to 5, So I'll be gone till November. Said I'll be gone till November. I'll be gone till November. Tell my girl I wanna be gone till November. Gone till November. I'll be gone till November. I'll tell my girl I wanna be gone till November. January, February, March, April, May. You said we're crying, but fuck this fucking level. Gone till November. And give a kiss to my mother. Turn it into something. Hip hop turns into rock when I smash punk. Bing. There's no reason. Right, trapping season. Rolls Royce. Oh, Rolls Royce. I'm going to remember, and I'll commit it till I'm back till I'm back in November. Every time I make a run, girl, you turn around and cry. I ask myself why, oh why? See, you must understand, I can work on 9 till 5, so I'll be gone till November. Said I'll be gone till November. I'll be gone till November. You tell my girl I wanna be gone till November. Gone till November. I'll be gone till November. Tell my girl I wanna be gone till November. January, February, March, April, May. You said we're crying, but girl I can't say I'll be gone till November. I'll be gone till November. Oh, give a kiss to my mother. Oh, this is hard, but didn't get a prize. Carnival. That's it. Thanks for watching. Please subscribe. And I gotta subscribe to you. All you do is make a lyrics video where you stole content from someone else. Silver Knight A! Hey! Long time no see. And why not ask for a 33? So I considered playing 4 minute 33 seconds, which is a content video that was produced by, you know, whatever. But I don't have the skills to shut my fucking mouth for 4 minutes and 33 seconds. So that's gonna be a troublesome position. I don't have anything on the 33. When doves cry, I assume he meant when doves cry and not when divs cry. I don't know when divs cry is, but this is a, oh shit nuggets. Hold on, sorry, I closed chat. Chris plays games live. Ooh, did this just like shake, or is that my imagination? It's probably my imagination. So shut up, me. I don't care about you. And I'm gonna pop out the chat again. All right, pop out chat. Come back. Oh, chat, come back. Okay. When divs cry. When divs cry, that's like HTML5. An ode to CSS. That's right. Although he said and he meant an. Alright, when doves cry. When doves cry. I don't know this song. Oh, it's from Prince. I've heard of Prince. He's a guy. He's dead. This is from Purple Rain, apparently. Let's fight Gemini Man. I feel like I can do that. Alright, tell me a thing. YouTube video. Oh, I was in the Gemini level earlier and I killed it. Wait, why is this not making noise? It's like a silent video? Oh, right, it's Prince. So none of these videos have sound. Bohemian Rhapsody. So Bohemian Rhapsody, if you want it, you can hop in and $2 tips will get me Bohemian Rhapsody. I will sing whatever you say. But I like this, like, I don't know what it is, but this song is definitely silent on my computer. Let's play a different song. Make sure this is not, yeah.
Oh, it's what you do to me. Hey there, Delilah, what's it like in New York City? I'm
1,000 miles with Flip Flop Girl, you look so pretty. Oh.
Tonight you
Look so pretty, but you do. Times Square, you can't shine bright as you. I swear it's true. Oh, Delilah, won't you worry about the distance? I'm right there if you can get the song another listen. Close your eyes, listen to my voice, it's my disguise. I'm by your side. Oh, it's what you do to me. 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 What you do to me. Hey there, Delilah, the times are getting hard. Just believe me, girl, someday I'll pay the bills with this guitar. We'll have the good. We'll have the life I know we should. I know we should. Oh. Hey there, Delilah, I got so much left to say. If every simple song I wrote to take your breath away, I'd write it all. Even if one of me you'd fall, we'd have it all. Oh, it's what you do to me. 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 1,000 miles seems pretty far, but they've got drugs and trains and cars, and walk to you if I had no other way. Our friends would make fun of us, and we'll just laugh along because we know that none of them have felt this way. Delilah, I can promise you that by the time that we get through, the world will never ever be the same, and you're to blame. Hey there, Delilah, you be good and don't you miss me. 2 more years and you'll be done with school, and I'll be making history like I do. You know it's all because of you. We can do whatever we want to. Hey there, Delilah, here's to you. This one's for you. Oh, it's what you do to me. 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 What you do to me. Oh, it's what Okay, hold on, I got a new thing that was this thing. How about Detectorists? I've never heard of this. Does it have lyrics? I hope it has lyrics. It does. It seems to. What we're gonna do. Be clearing like your history like you do. Search through the lonely earth for me. Climb through the briar bramble. Okay, hold on. I gotta pause. Does anybody who's here right now give a shit about the game that I'm playing? Because all I'm doing is failing over and over. And if you care about it, I will continue to fail over and over while I attempt to sing songs. But if you don't, then I will do this. Like, I will be like, hey, here's me. And I'm not going to play games anymore. I'm just going to try and sing songs poorly. So if you care about singing songs poorly, give me a thumbs up. Or say a word or whatever else like that. In the meantime, I'm gonna play the song. So yeah, yeah, I will be your treasure. I think you're here for the karaoke. Be your treasure. I felt the touch of the kings and the breath of the wind, and all of the songbirds, they sang all the wrong words. I'm waiting for you. 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 Woo-wee. Also, I'm super drunk, so if you want to ask me a question I wouldn't normally answer, this is your chance. Briny sea for me on the ocean's floor with your treasure. I'm the ghost of the man who can never sing again. Who loves in the body, I love it lost at sea. Is waiting for you. Is waiting for you. "9/11 was not an inside job." No, it was not. It was a bunch of fucking terrorists who were doing bullshit because they thought it would make a difference. And it did. It fucked up our country for the past 20 years. So, good job, terrorists. Fuck you. Alright. Any other songs? Would I rather or would I rather? Those are the same thing. Would you rather or would you rather? Those are the same thing. That's not a thing. Those are not things. Johnny Flynn. Johnny Flynn. Johnny Flynn is a musician. He is a musician, a South African-born English musician and actor. He is the singer and songwriter for the band Johnny Flynn and the Sussex Wit. He is also known for his role as the lead actor in the television series Love Shack. Love Shack is the little old place where we can get together. The Google car wheel is actually self-drivable, right? Like the Koala cars don't have steering wheels, so those are definitely self-drivable. They do drive around. They turn on the windshield wipers of Lexuses apparently, because Lexuses use the same IR band that the car uses to detect things. Oh wow, I'm super drunk. In order to drive, but yeah. Would I? I would. I think the answer is I would. Nightbot. Fuck you, chat errors. Cat Thistle's like, fuck this shit noise. Like I said, don't use gaming. Just don't gaming. Gaming is bad. Is Google Skynet? It is not. So Skynet assumes a kind of intent, which I think that Google lacks. Toto Africa. I took the reins down in Africa. Something. Oh wait, no, I need lyrics. Give me. Oh, okay. So these are lyrics. We'll do that. So yeah, so these are the types of videos that Content ID enables, and so this person is, not made any money off of it, but they uploaded it in November of 2011, 10 years after 9/11. Alright, give me good lyrics. This is it. I hear the drums echoing every night, but those only whispers of some quiet conversation. In the 12:30 flight, it's like the stars that guide me towards salvation. Fell away, hoping to find some long forgotten words or ancient melody. He turned to me as if to say, hurry boy, it's waiting there for you. I didn't realize that was a quote ever before. It's gonna take a lot to drag me away from you. There's nothing that man or world could ever do. I bless the rains down in Africa. I tell you things we never change. The wild dogs cry out in the night, as long as they grow restless for some solitary company. I know that I must do what's right. This Kilimanjaro rises like Olympus above the Serengeti. There's something inside, frightened of this thing that I've become. I told you, use gaming, www instead of gaming. Take me away from you. Something that 100 men or more could ever do. I took the rains down in Africa. It'll take some time to do the things we never had.
Bohemian Rhapsody. Y-O-U no Y-O-U want T-O.
Y-O-U no you want to T-O. Want no T-O. Men at work. You lost that love and feeling, now it's gone. Gone, she's waiting there for you. Doesn't take life to take me away from you. There's nothing that 100 men or more could ever do. I take the rains down in Africa. I pass some rains down in Africa. I bless the rains down in Africa. I pass the rains down in Africa. I bless the rains down in Africa. Really? Carl? It's not supposed to. It's weird for me because I'm like I'm in YouTube Reds. Sometimes some things that would drop the chat I don't see. Anyway, I love you, Boostus Gaming. Thanks for stopping by. Have a great night. Alright, so what do we get? We got what's the money? The money shot is Bohemian Rhapsody. Is this the real life? Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide? No escape. Okay. Is this just fantasy? Caught in a landslide? No escape from reality. Open your eyes. Look up to the skies and see. I'm just a poor boy. I need no sympathy because I'm easy come, easy go. Little high, little low. Hit me where the what? Small narwhal with 510 health. We're not gonna kill that. To me, to me. Mama just killed a man, put a gun against his head, pulled my trigger, now he's dead. Mama, life has just begun. And now I'm gone and thrown it all away. Mama, ooh, didn't mean to make you cry. If I'm not back again this time tomorrow, carry on, carry on. It doesn't really matter. Pouting! Pouting is excellent! The more you pout, the more damage you do. Too late. My time has come. Send shivers down my spine, but it's aching all the time. Goodbye, everybody. I've got to go. Gonna leave you all behind and face the truth. Mama, didn't mean wanna die. I sometimes wish I'd never been born at all. I see a little silhouette of a man. Scaramouche, Scaramouche, when you do the fandango. Thunderbolt and lightning, very, very frightening. Be Galileo, 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 Figaro, Magnifico. I just a poor boy, but he loves me. He's just a poor boy from a poor family. Spare him his life from this monstrosity. Why is this not like... easy go, will you let me go? We will not, no, we will not let you go, let him go. We will not let you go, let him go. We will not let you go, let him go. We will not let you go, let me go, we will not let you go, Magnifico. Oh, no, Mamma mia, let me go. Beelzebub has a devil put aside for me, for me. For me. Bum 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 bum. So you think you can stop me and spit in my eye? Bum bum bum. So you think you can love me and leave me to die? Oh baby, can't do this to me, baby. Just gotta get out. Just gotta get right out of here. Coming up, an outro that you can cry to. I'm pretty sure. Wait, hold on. This is it. You can cry right after some rock that could leave you brain damage from headbanging. Ooh yeah, ooh yeah, ooh. Doesn't really matter. Anyone can see. Nothing really matters. I should go into Game Dojo's Discord. That's what I do when I'm drunk. To me... Oh, I'm not a sponsor anymore. I can't. I have to pay $4 to get back into Game Dojo's Discord, and that is not worth it. Nothing. Hit me where the wind blows. Oh, hit any way the wind blows. Any way the wind blows. Alright. I am super drunk. It is my birthday. I'm 33 years old as of now. Under pressure. Under pressure. I am I'm gonna bail. I'm gonna bail. Thank you very much, M0, aka Marcelo. Thank you very much for being here. Silent Night A, as well as everyone else who's here. Thank you very much for hanging out. AWOL, Blake Strike, Cowdizzle, Chris GCH, James Baker, Jazzy the Dog 81, Leif the Revenant, Mark Eichen, M0 Games, and more. Silent Night A. I will be back on Monday playing retro games on Monday evening. Please hang out, say hi, etc., etc. Until then, thank you very much for the happy birthday wishes and everything else like that. That is the end of the stream, and I look forward. Oop, I'm gonna be taller. I look forward to seeing you all on Monday. Thank you all for being here and making my birthday a special night. Thanks. I appreciate it. I'll see anyone who's able to be around on Monday evening, and I look forward to seeing you there. Thank you very much, and have a good night. Bye-bye. Bye-bye. Carl Rom, Blake Strike, everybody else. Thank you. Bye-bye. Thank you, All in One Mighty. Thank you, Selena A. Thank you, AWOL, Gaslit Chew, and others. Bye-bye.